Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the Supreme Being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of the Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to you, holy name, to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Oath or affirmation. Announcements by the President.
Honorable Senators, I have granted leave of absence to Senator Dr. Marlene Axe and Senator Courtney McNeish, both of whom are out of the country. Honorable Senators, I have received the following correspondence from Her Excellency, the President, Christine Kala Kangalu, ORTT. By Her Excellency Christine Kala Kangulu, ORTT, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. To Mr. John Heath, SC, whereas Senator Courtney McNeish is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of his absence from Trinidad and Tobago. Now, therefore, I, Christine Carla Kangaloo, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 41(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(c) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, do hereby appoint you, John Heath, SC, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from the 23rd of June 2025 and continuing during the absence of Senator Courtney McNeish from Trinidad and Tobago, given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the office of the President, St. Anne's, this 17th day of June, 2025. Honorable members, I just want to let us all stand as the Senator is about to take his oath at this time. Could we all stand?
I, John Heath, SC, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
Honorable Senators, please be advised that the appointment of another senator will be deferred to later in the proceedings. Honorable Senators, we have with us in the public gallery this morning 3 schools: Diego Martin Boys ROC School, Siram Memorial Vedic Primary School and Gloucester Lodge Moravian Primary School. Could we welcome the students? Clerk.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives. The Children's Life Fund Amendment Bill 2025 in the name of the Minister of Health.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 621B, I beg to move that the next stage of the Children's Life Fund Amendment Bill 2025 be taken later in the proceedings.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the next stage of the Children's Life Fund Amendment Bill 2025 be taken later in the proceedings. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of the Children's Life Fund Amendment Bill 2025 will be taken later in the proceeding.
The Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Repeal Bill 2025 in the name of the Minister of Finance.
The Honorable Minister of Finance.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 621B, I beg to move that the next stage of the bill, the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Repeal Bill 2025, be taken later in the proceedings.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the next stage of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Repeal Bill 2025 be taken later in the proceedings. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Repeal Bill 2025 will be taken later in the proceedings.
Petitions, papers.
The Minister of Trade, Investment and Tourism.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in the name of the Minister of Trade, Investments and Tourism. And these are the annual audited consolidated financial statements of the Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards and its subsidiary for the financial year ended September 30th, 2024, and the annual administrative report of Export TT Limited for the financial year ended September 30th, 2018.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper.
The Honorable Vice President.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in my name. The 37th Annual Report of the Integrity Commission of Trinidad and Tobago for the year 2024 and Special Report number 1 of 2025 of the Ombudsman. Case 2024011126, Administrative Injustice by the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. Undue delay in addressing pension check fraud.
The Honorable Minister of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the order paper in my name. The annual report of the Ministry of Public Administration and Digital Transformation for the financial year 2020 to 2021.
Minister of Tertiary Education and Skills Training.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in my name. The annual administrative report of the University of Trinidad and Tobago for the period October 1, 2017 to September 30, 2018, and October 1, 2022 to September 30, 2023, and the annual administrative reports of the Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago for the period 2020 to 2021 and 2021 to 2022.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, forgive me, I have to take a sip of water before I start. Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in the names of the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Public Utilities, the Minister of Homeland Security, and the Minister of Housing. And these are the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ended September 30th, 2024. The reports of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on financial statements as follows. The public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year 2024. The Children's Life Fund for the financial year ended September 30th, 2015. The Institute of Marine Affairs for the financial years ended September 30th, 2012, 2013, and 2014. The Arima Borough Corporation for the financial year ended September 30th, 2009. The Agricultural Development Bank of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ended September 30th, 2020. The Office of Procurement Regulators for the financial year ended September 30th, 2022. The College of Science, Technology and Applied Arts of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial years ended September 30th, 2011 and 2012. The Trinidad and Tobago Racing Authority for the years ended July 31st, 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020. The Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ended September 30th, 2021. The Sugar Industry Labor Welfare Committee for the financial year ended September 30th, 2008. The Regulated Industries Commission for the year ended December the 31st, 2021. And the Mayor's Fund of the Chaguanas Borough Corporation for the financial year ended September 31st, 2021. Beg your pardon, Mr. The annual audited financial statements as follows, Mr. President. The National Information and Communication Technology Company Limited for the financial year ended September 30th, 2024. The National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago Limited for the year ended December 31st, 2022. The Export-Import Bank of Trinidad and Tobago for the year ended December 31st, 2023. The Evolving Technologies and Enterprise Development Company Limited for the financial years ended September 30th, 2021 and 2022. The National Infrastructure Development Company Limited for the financial year ended September 30th, 2020. The National Schools Dietary Services Limited for the financial years ended September 30th, 2022 and 2024. The Caroni 1975 Limited for the financial years ending June 30th, 2022 and 2023. The East Port of Spain Development Company Limited for the financial years ending September 30th, 2018, 2020 and 2021. The Urban Development Corporation of Trinidad and Tobago Limited for the year ending December 31st, 2021. The Lake Asphalt of Trinidad and Tobago 1978 Limited for the financial years ending September 30th, 2014, 2015, and 2016. The Trinidad and Tobago National Petroleum Marketing Company Limited for the years ending March 31st, 2021 and 2022. The Sports Company of Trinidad and Tobago Limited for the financial year ending September 30th, 2024. The First Citizens Holdings Limited for the financial year ending September 30th, 2024. The Trinidad Nitrogen Company Limited for the year ending December 31st, 2023. The Water and Sewage Authority for the financial year ended September 30th, 2023. The National Enterprises Limited for the financial year ended September 30th, 2023. Invest TT Limited for the financial year ended September 30th, 2023, and MIC Institute of Technology Limited for the financial year ended September 30th, 2020. Furthermore, Mr. President, the annual reports and annual administrative reports as follows. The Trinidad and Tobago Heritage and Stabilization Fund for the financial year ending September 30th, 2024. The Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ended September 30th, 2024. The First Citizens Investment Services Limited and its subsidiaries for the financial year ended September 30th, 2024. The Management of the Seas Assets Fund for the financial year ended September 30th, 2024. The 11th Actuarial Review of the National Insurance System as of June 20th, 2020. The Trinidad and Tobago International Financial Center Management Company Limited for the year ended September 30th, 2023. The operations of the Strategic Services Agency for the year 2023. The operations of the Interception of Communications Act, Chapter 1508 for the year 2023. The Criminal Injuries Compensation Board for the period October the 1st, 2022 to September the 30th, 2023. The Trinidad and Tobago Postal Corporation for the fiscal year 2013, beg your pardon, to 2014. The Trinidad and Tobago Solid Waste Management Company Limited for the periods October the 1st, 2017 to September 30th, 2018, and October the 1st, 2018 to September 30th, 2019. The East Port of Spain Development Company Limited for the fiscal year 2020 to 2021. And finally, Mr. President, the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Bank Limited for the year 2023. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah. Public business, government business, bills second reading.
Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of the People, Social Development, and Family Services.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Children's Life Fund Act, Chapter 29(1) be now read a second time. Before I delve into the details of this critical bill before us today, allow me the privilege of beginning my maiden contribution by first congratulating the United National Congress on our resounding victory at the general elections held on April 28th. Because of the astute and capable leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar, SC. It is because of this electoral triumph earned through hard work, a strong vision for a better Trinidad and Tobago, and the trust of our citizens that I and so many of my colleagues are afforded the opportunity to stand in this chamber today. This victory is not just political, it is purposeful. It is what allows us to return to the people's business with urgency, compassion, and clarity, and to resume the work we began more than a decade ago under visionary leadership. Indeed, the Children's Life Fund Act was the first bill brought to Parliament when we took office in 2010. How fitting is it then that we bring its amendment forward today as our first bill in this new term?
Yes.
And so, I take this moment to thank the Honorable Prime Minister, Mrs. Kamla Persad-Bissessar, SC, for her enduring leadership and statesmanship, and most of all, for her foresight in having passed the original Children's Life Fund Act in 2010.
Yes.
That piece of legislation was groundbreaking at the time. It signaled to this country that our country's health was not a partisan matter. It was a national priority. Today, we fulfill a promise outlined clearly in our manifesto to revisit, revise, and expand the reach of the Children's Life Fund to meet the needs of our children in a modern and evolving healthcare landscape, and taking into account the deficiencies that unfortunately may have prevented tragedy and sorrow. We said we would act swiftly upon returning to government, and here we are, wasting no time. Mr. President, this is what responsible governance looks like.
Yes, yes.
I also wish to extend my deepest personal gratitude to our Honorable Prime Minister for entrusting me with the honor of serving this nation to the best of my abilities and experience. To stand here today on my legs in this esteemed Senate chamber, delivering my maiden speech in support of an issue that resonates so deeply with my professional life, it is truly humbling and a moving experience. To advocate in this august chamber on behalf of measures which may save or improve the lives of our sick children is something that I will cherish forever. I am here because of the faith and vision of a compassionate and dynamic Prime Minister and her government. A vision that sees value in service, in experience, and in representation that touches the lives of people in a positive way. And now, Mr. President, let us turn to the matter at hand. I wish to voice my full and unwavering support for the amendments to the Children's Life Fund Act brought forward in the other place by the Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Lakram Bodo, a fellow physician who has brought clarity, compassion, and competence to this critical portfolio. Such exemplary leadership, empathy, and competence at ministerial level at this ministry has been notably absent for a decade under the PNM administration. Mr. President, this legislation, introduced by a UNC government in December 2010, was notable in intention, the brainchild of our brilliant leader, the Honorable Prime Minister, Mrs. Kamala Prasad-Bissessar, SC. The Children's Life Fund Act was brought into existence to provide financial assistance to children under the age of 18 who are in urgent need of life-saving medical treatment, particularly when such treatment was not available locally or accessible due to prohibitive cost. For the first time, the then UNC government of Trinidad and Tobago made a public declaration enshrined in law that no child should be denied a chance at life simply because their family could not afford life-saving medical treatment. The fund brought hope to hundreds of families, supported over 400 children across the initial years, and signaled a bold new era in healthcare equity. It was a social intervention rooted in compassion and an emblem of what good governance can achieve when it prioritizes the voiceless and the vulnerable. But sadly, Mr. Speaker, improvements to the Act were neglected over the last 9.5 years by those opposite when they were in government. It is shameful, truly, that a fund dedicated to the most vulnerable and most precious among us, our children, was left unimproved despite shortcomings which detracted from the ethos of the Act, which were revealed over the many years of its operation. Not a single amendment, not a dollar more, not even a whisper of policy evolution. This is not just bureaucratic stagnation, Mr. President. It is plainly and simply moral failure. And we have witnessed the tragic consequences of that culture of indifference, apathy, and lack of caring and compassion that has become the hallmark of the People's National Movement. It is their brand, and that is why they are out of office.
Yes. Yes. Rejected, they were rejected.
Mr. President, this is a bill about caring and protecting for our children. The PNM's culture of indifference towards our children was reflected in the deaths of 7 newborns at the neonatal ICU at the Port of Spain General Hospital, an event which shook our nation. The Pan American Health Organization, in its independent report, cited substandard sanitization practices as a potential contributing factor. Let us be clear, this was not an issue of clinical incompetence. Our doctors and nurses do their best. This was the direct result of the then government's infrastructural neglect, administrative inertia, and political oversight. It is the children, again, who paid the price. The previous administration failed to invest in their health, just as they failed to update this critical and life-saving piece of legislation. They failed to treat the well-being of our youngest citizens as a national priority. Today, we must correct that failure. Never again, Mr. President, must a child die because he or she was denied life-saving medical attention or must suffer because of the inability to access life-improving medical treatment. The fact that we now need to amend and expand it is not just administrative housekeeping. It is a moral and social imperative. The CLFA in its current iteration serves via the following tenets. It facilitates the disbursement of grants for qualifying cases where children under 18 require life-saving surgery that can only be performed at an international hospital. It manages the Children's Life Fund on behalf of the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Health, whereby in keeping with Act 12 of 2010, a person is eligible for the grant of this act where he or she requires treatment that is unavailable at a local institution, is unmarried, under the age of 18 at the time of the application and has been diagnosed with a life-threatening illness and has medical expenses that exceed 25% of the income of his or her family. No grant exceeds $1 million. This is typically used to cover the costs for treatment, airfare, air ambulance, if required, accommodation, and meals. The types of medical conditions funded currently include 17 life-threatening diseases under categories of heart disease, cancer, liver, and kidney diseases. I am pleased that the first of these amendments broadens the fund's scope to not only life-threatening illnesses, but now considers life-limiting conditions. Life-threatening conditions pose an imminent risk of death, while life-limiting conditions, though not always immediately fatal, significantly shorten lifespan and diminish the quality of life. Quality of life is simply about surviving. It's about living with dignity, minimal pain, and a meaningful level of physical, mental, and social well-being. Any legislation that seeks to improve these things, to improve the quality of life of our children, deserves our full support. Since its inception in late 2010, the fund has supported over 300 cases, but at least 20 applications were declined during one administration, simply because they didn't meet the life-threatening threshold, despite clear clinical need. Up to 80 applications in total have been rejected to date due to constraints in the existing legislation. Denials included cases such as that of 5-year-old Halima Mohammed, suffering from beta thalassemia major, a wretched disease requiring lifelong scheduled blood transfusions for management, but can be cured with a bone marrow transplant. Her case is documented in the Newsday on Thursday, 17th August 2017, highlighting how a rigid interpretation of the criteria withheld life-improving treatment because little Halima's condition was not immediately life-threatening. But beta thalassemia is life-limiting, drastically decreasing the quality of life and lifespan if it is not treated. The amendment updating Schedule 3 is in direct compliance with the 2021 Joint Select Committee inquiry into the administration of the Children's Life Fund Authority, and I quote, Mr. President, from that report. The CLFA should consider submitting a proposal to the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs to amend and/or expand the definition of life-threatening to allow a greater number of critically ill children to access funding. The inclusion of Schedule 3, which lists these life-limiting conditions, is not only clinically sound, but it is ethically and demographically appropriate to our population. It covers now 26 diagnoses in the categories of cardiology, pediatric oncology, pediatric surgery, nephrology, hematology, and endocrinology. It represents life-limiting illnesses that are most commonly seen in our region. Medicine, technology, and the world as a whole evolve. So too must our legislation. Mr. President, while I fully support the content of Schedule 3 as currently amended, I note for the record that the list of life-limiting conditions cannot remain static. Medical science is constantly evolving. New diseases are being identified. Novel therapies are emerging, making previously untreatable illnesses now manageable, curable. Even the definitions of conditions we thought were understood are being redefined. I must thus applaud and support the amendments that give the Minister the authority to revise this list of life-limiting illnesses over time. These are the new proposed sections 32(1) and 2. The minister may, by order, subject to negative resolution of Parliament, amend Schedules 1 and 2 to this Act, and the minister may, by notification, amend Schedule 3 to this Act. The amendments allow the fund to remain clinically and particularly relevant to our population. Next, again in direct compliance with the Joint Select Committee's recommendation, and I quote, Mr. President, the CLFA should develop the draft proposal also considering including a provision for approving the medical costs that exceed TT 1 million limit on a case-by-case basis. The amendments to Section 21, 4, 5, and 6 are proposed, whereby the minister, on the recommendation of the board, may approve a grant not exceeding $1,500,000 in exceptional circumstances. Mr. President, I wholeheartedly support the increase in the financial ceiling of the fund from 1 million to 1.5 million. To the layperson, this may seem extravagant, but to anyone who has ever had to price a bone marrow transplant or gene therapy for a rare disorder, or specialty pediatric oncology care, cancer treatment for their child, this increase is not just reasonable, it is essential. It reflects both inflation and the escalating costs of emerging and advanced medical treatments. The next amendment that particularly excites me as both a doctor and a policymaker is the amendment to Section 18(2), paragraph C, which provides for the provision for foreign specialists to be brought to Trinidad to treat children here, rather than sending pediatric patients and families abroad. Not only is this more cost-effective, less physically traumatic for the sick child, and less emotionally traumatic for families, it also creates knowledge exchange. Our own doctors can train under these visiting specialists, gaining subspecialty skills right here at home. This is how we build capacity. This is how we reverse the brain drain. This is how we end the tragic underemployment of our young, talented doctors. Mr. President, I wish to address an unfounded concern raised by some across the floor, namely the fear that this amendment, which allows for foreign specialists to come to Trinidad and Tobago to treat eligible children, may somehow introduce bias or arbitrary selection of medical institutions, particularly between public and private healthcare facilities. Let me be clear. A child's life is not the place for politics, privilege, or prejudice. The goal of this amendment is, and has always been, to ensure that the child receives the best possible care, in the most appropriate setting, with the most qualified personnel. Nothing more, nothing less. The amended framework already sets out that the selection of facilities, whether it be public or private, must comply with established health sector regulations, licensing standards, and clinical capability criteria. These decisions are not arbitrary. They are guided by patient safety, specialist availability, and evidence-based protocols. It is inconceivable, indeed morally reprehensible, to suggest that any consideration other than the child's well-being would influence the site of care. Moreover, this government trusts our clinical professionals and regulatory bodies to make those decisions responsibly. If a child's best outcome depends on treatment at a private hospital due to urgency, equipment, or specialist presence, then that is where the child should go. If the public system can meet the need, then that is where the care will be delivered. What matters is not the sign on the building, but the survival and the future of the child inside it. Let us not weaponize conspiracy theories to obstruct access to life-saving care for our children. Mr. President, countries with some of the most advanced and equitable healthcare systems, Canada, the United Kingdom, and Australia, to name a few, have long embraced blended public and private partnerships, particularly in specialized pediatric care. This amendment is about equity, not elitism, and I have every confidence that under the oversight of this government and this ministry, fair, transparent, and clinically justified decisions will be the norm. But perhaps the most powerful amendment, emotionally and ethically, are the insertions of sections 21A and B. The Minister of Health will now be empowered to intervene and overturn the decision of the board in exceptional cases where an application is refused. No institution is perfect, and mistakes can be made. However, we cannot afford to make mistakes when the life of a child is at stake. This recourse to the minister is analogous to an automatic appeal, where the minister is automatically informed of a refusal, and he will then take the appropriate advice when he reviews the refusal. I commend this approach to the Senate. It is eminently quicker than, say, a judicial review application to the board. The minister is equipped to be advised by his technical experts in the Ministry of Health to then make an appropriate decision. This is a clinical safeguard. Critically, there may have been too many instances where desperate families were denied help, their stories shared in the media, their children left waiting, or worse, perishing. Waiting for bureaucracy should never lead to burying a child. Mr. President, it is imperative to acknowledge the damaging delays that have plagued the fund's approval process in the past. In April 2022, Tristan Ramlochan, a 14-year-old boy suffering from acute lymphoblastic leukemia, tragically died while awaiting the approval and arrangements through the Children's Life Fund. His critical flight was repeatedly delayed, and he became too ill to travel, ultimately succumbing before treatment could begin. This heartbreaking story, reported in the Trinidad Guardian on April 24, 2022, underscores why the minister's new power to expedite or intervene in exceptional cases is not just beneficial, it is vital.
Yes.
Baby Miracle Cross died in March 2016 while funds were still being processed. These delays, born of procedural rigidity, solidify the case for ministerial intervention. The amendment, empowering the minister to step in when time is of the essence, isn't an administrative convenience. It is an ethical necessity. Ministerial oversight in such life and death situations can mean the difference between hope and heartbreak. With this amendment, cases denied by the board and cases needing to be treated with urgency to save a precious child's life can be considered automatically by the minister. Mr. President, it is not enough to illustrate that delays have cost lives of our children. We must also confront the systemic slowness of the approval process. By the then Minister of Health's own description in 2016, and I quote, he asked that the Children's Life Fund to look at more administrative procedures that we could use or not use to expedite very urgent cases. A routine Children's Life Fund application requires multiple layers, clinical and financial assessment, board review, ministerial sign-off, and often after several months, even when the expedited email round-robin process takes days to weeks. Mr. President, real-world comparisons are stark. Canada's Children's Hospital Foundation, the UK's NHS Rare Disease Fund, these process emergency approvals in just 7 to 14 days, with routine full case processing happening within 4 to 6 weeks. In contrast, the CLFA cases currently take 2 to 4 months on average, with the shortest processing time being 56 days, a duration that is medically untenable when dealing with life-threatening conditions. This is precisely why ministerial authority to intervene isn't merely desirable, it is an urgent, life-saving measure. Importantly, this power is not absolute. The minister's decisions remain subject to negative resolution of Parliament, a critical democratic safeguard that maintains oversight while enabling agility in policy making. We all appreciate, Mr. President, that decisions subject to negative resolution come into force immediately and yet may be annulled on a successful motion brought within a particular time. On the other hand, those decisions that require affirmative resolution will only come into effect upon the successful passing of a motion to approve the same. I support the requirement for negative resolution, which is the most appropriate legislative device to cater for quick and urgent decision-making. It is an acceptable legislative device that is used in many pieces of law. In any event, Mr. President, despite what those on the other side may want to say, it is accepted and acknowledged that a minister of government does not and cannot act on his own whims and fancies. If the minister has to amend any of the schedules of the Act, he must have cabinet approval, and at least in this UNC government, he must bring to cabinet cogent and compelling reasons to do so. Furthermore, Mr. President, if anyone, including those on the other side, wish to challenge such ministerial decisions, the Judicial Review Act gives them a right to reasons, or they can ask a question of the minister in this Senate. These two clauses, Mr. President, must be seen as complementary. If a child's illness is not yet listed in Schedule 3, but clearly qualifies as life-limiting, the minister can now act swiftly in the child's best interest. This is not a loophole. It is not an overreach. It is a humane, corrective, responsive, and balancing administrative process that balances administrative process with compassionate discretion, all subject to the scrutiny of Parliament and the courts. This UNC-led government understands what's at stake. That is why we have placed a doctor, not a career bureaucrat or accountant or a mere druggist, at the helm of the Ministry of Health. He knows that he will have to get the best advice, and he knows that he has to be accountable in everything that he decides. In fact, any future Minister of Health would have to be similarly accountable in the ways that I have previously outlined. So, let not your heart be troubled, Mr. President, because we understand that medical insight matters when it comes to saving lives. Compassion matters. Even with this foresight, the minister's new authority to review, annul, or overturn decisions of the board will not be done in a vacuum, as I have said before, but instead with the council of experts, thus ensuring discretion is exercised with technical input, taking into account relevant material and excluding irrelevant material. discretion that is to be exercised rationally and within the four corners of the Act. That is the duty of every decision maker in law, and let us not stoop so low as to mix personality or party with official ministerial responsibility exercisable under the law. This bill, this amendment, this is not about politics. This is about children. It is about our collective future. And I am proud to say that today our government is acting decisively, humanely, and wisely. These amendments seek to ensure that the Children's Life Fund saves the life of even the most critically ill child, so that no young soul is allowed to slip through the cracks of bureaucracy. Mr. President, we must consider that in the English language, there are nouns for those who lose a spouse. We call them widows. There are nouns for those who lose parents. We call them orphans. But there is no noun in the English language for a parent who loses a child. That is how unnatural such a loss is. There is no word that can adequately convey the pain and the loss. All these amendments, every single one, seek to ensure that no parent in Trinidad and Tobago must face that kind of unimaginable pain because of a fund that was meant to help, couldn't or wouldn't. Mr. President, too late should never again be the cry of a mother or a father. Mr. President, I cannot fathom any reason, moral, medical, political, or otherwise, why anyone would not support these amendments. All right-thinking persons should support the proposals we have brought, because the well-being of our children should be the priority of all of us in this chamber and in the national community. Mr. President, I am very proud to be the mover of this bill in the Senate. I thank the Honorable Minister of Health. I thank our Honorable Prime Minister for her leadership and vision in taking steps to improve the operation of the Children's Life Fund. And I thank you, Mr. President, and my colleagues for your very kind attention. Mr. President, let us do the right thing today. Let us give our sick children a fighting chance at life. Mr. President, thank you. I commend this bill to the Senate, and I beg to move.
Before I put the question for debate, may I, on behalf of the Senate, extend congratulations to the Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of the People, Social Development, and Family Services. May I extend, on behalf of the Senate, warmest congratulations on your maiden contribution. Honorable members, I shall now propose a question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Children's Life Fund Act, Chapter 2901, be now read a second time. Senator Dr. Amy Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to begin my contribution by congratulating you on your appointment as President of the Senate. And by extension, I congratulate every member of this chamber, particularly the robust and dedicated members of the bench of the opposition in the Senate. may be small in number, Mr. President, but large in integrity, large in intellect, and large in commitment to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and quite clear in our understanding of our role under the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, I wish to begin by quoting Trinidad and Tobago's leader of the opposition, as reported in the Trinidad Guardian on the 6th of May, 2025. She said these words, "Let me be clear, opposition is not equivalent to obstruction. True leadership is not necessarily loud, aggressive, or denigrating. It is steady, thoughtful, courageous. Our democracy flourishes not through divisiveness, but through robust debate, shared purpose, and mutual respect." Mr. President, I commend these words to this Senate chamber for this session, and I can find no better descriptive of the ethos of this opposition bench than the words uttered by the leader of the opposition, the Honorable Penelope Beckles Robinson. We understand our duty under the Constitution, and we will hold this government to account within the rubric that has just been established. Mr. President, I feel very hopeful for this particular debate. I feel hopeful for this debate, and I'm quite pleased that the government has, I was going to say in its wisdom, but let's not quite go there, that the government has determined that this would be the first matter of business for us as a chamber. It is our view that the health, well-being, and development of our nation's children really should never be treated as a political football. And certainly we will participate in a manner in accordance with that particular philosophy. Really, there's too much at stake, and some of the words uttered by the piloting member, parliamentary secretary in the Ministry of the People and Social Services, who I understand is a physician herself, so a colleague of some of ours in the chamber, some of those words did resonate. I did not appreciate the reference to a mere druggist in reference, apparently, to former ministers of health. That really was an unnecessary reference, and as a medical professional, we are trained to demonstrate respect and regard to all the ancillary services around the practice of clinical medicine. So rather than referring to any professional as a mere druggist, maybe a distinguished pharmacist who has served Trinidad and Tobago for years. In fact, our longest serving Minister of Health who took us through a pandemic might have been preferential. I could phrase that more robustly, but again, Mr. President, I'm guided by the guidelines I myself have attempted to establish. So I just wanted to touch on that briefly. The introduction of this bill gave a little bit, a very, very brief background of the Children's Life Fund, Mr. President, and I don't want this Hansard record to be completed without maybe a little more of a comprehensive understanding, because it would be wrong for us to posit that the medical attention and financial provision for the specialist medical care of our nation's children, particularly those with very serious diagnoses, began with the initiation of the Children's Life Fund. That simply would be incorrect. So very briefly, I want to give a little bit of background just to adjust the piloting that occurred, because as a nation, we've treated with these matters going back many decades, and I want to begin in the 1970s under a People's National Movement government, when specific provisions were elaborated to treat with...
I'm sorry. President. I
Point
hate
of order.
Point of order. I hate to interrupt my learned friend. 46.1, I don't know how relevant this is to the bill before us.
You know, there's a precedent where we don't do that on the first day, which is why I didn't interrupt you. I didn't, because of the precedent.
Keep it short.
I'm allowing the Senator Brown to proceed. I will determine at the appropriate time. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your guidance, and we'll all grow as we learn. So, Mr. President, by way of a brief background, provisions for the specialist medical care of our nation's children began well in advance of the Children's Life Fund, and really what we're talking about is an evolution, a spectrum of assistance that today we are further seeking to strengthen and expand. But I want to give credit where credit is due. So, this framework was elaborated since back in the 1970s. We cannot engage in debate on this matter without giving credit to the Medical Aid Committee, which served that category of children for many decades tirelessly. We must, as a Senate, also give credit to the Rotary Club, the Lions Club, the other entities such as Community Chest, which is an NGO that has saved thousands of lives of children with serious diagnoses. And some of those applications are still relevant today because no government can do it all and no fund can cover it all. So we have to give credit to doctors like Dr. David Bratt, Dr. Edmund Chamley, medical social workers such as Joan Bishop, Claire Eunice Gittins, the deceased Johnny Rooks, and many others upon whose shoulders we stand in expanding this particular legislation. So we just want to set that agenda very clearly. And let us not pretend that everything started in 2010 with the Children's Life Fund Act. It's a process in evolution, and I'm very pleased to contribute today to the next step in the evolution of these provisions and this particular legislation. Mr. President, we must acknowledge that the diagnosis, the overall medical science has been improving quite rapidly. And so when we legislate on something as specific as this, we have to contemplate the next year, the next decade, and the next chapter. And there are some provisions here that I believe would benefit from some further scrutiny and examination. I've identified some missing components in the ministers, the parliamentary secretaries' piloting of this particular legislation. I did not hear any reference to demographic data or the epidemiology of the conditions under treatment here today. What is the estimated number of children who would benefit from these amendments? Now, that may sound academic or trite, but it's extremely important, particularly for budgetary projections and to elaborate the right estimates, and also would guide us in our consideration of support or lack thereof for the provisions here. So I would have expected some indication in the government's preparation of these amendments of the estimated number of children who would be benefiting, let's say for this fiscal year and moving forward. That is not beyond us, Mr. President, and it really should be part of the policy presentation around any amendment bill such as this. Every member here knows that with these expansions, we can anticipate a deluge of new applications. That is inevitable. I would say it's welcome because it's a sign that more children, more cases would be receiving the required attention, but it also demands that the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Planning would have to make proper provision, bearing in mind, of course, that we're talking in the main in US dollars, and I don't need to get into the challenges around availability of those types of funds. So that was one missing component. The other that I want to point out, Mr. President, lies in clause 3, really, of the Parent Act, because when we bring in an amendment bill, and the government has had more than a few weeks to prepare this legislation, you would want us to use this opportunity as best as possible. So clause 3 of the Parent Act, Mr. President, defines income, yes, section 3, as gross income. And Mr. President, I've raised this before. I've raised this before. This debate would have been an opportunity to bring the considerations around income in line, and the minister is from the parliamentary secretary is from the right ministry. Bring it in line with considerations with other grants and similar mechanisms. Really, wouldn't it be more equitable to consider, and more prudent, to consider net income in determining and adjudicating the applications received from a range of families? You will have millionaire families. I don't know if we have billionaires, but we'll get into that maybe in another debate. You will have very poor families, a range of incomes. Is it more equitable to consider gross income or net income in these circumstances? We are of the view that net income would be an advancement, even in keeping with the spirit of the amendments as introduced by the member who piloted the amendment bill. Mr. President, it's even more curious when you look at the schedule, when you look at the application form in Schedule 1 of the Parent Act, which actually demands family statements of income and family statements of expenditure. So I have a child, or any member has a child or a grandchild that has a serious medical condition prescribed in this act. You're seeking to make an application, you have to present family statements of income and also of expenditure. But why are we asking them for statements of expenditure if we are not considering net income as opposed to consideration of gross income? So I put these questions to the government. I've described them as missing components in the piloting of the legislation. The member will have the opportunity to wind up, and there are other members on the other side, some of whom are likely to be able to provide some response to these considerations. Mr. President, I do have some other considerations to share. Let us go to clause 4A of the bill. Those who have the bill and may have read it. Clause 4A of the bill refers to, let's go to 4A C1. Section 18.2 of the Act is amended by repealing paragraph C and substituting the following paragraph. And if I go to C1, consistent with international best practices, whether that care is provided, 1, at a foreign institution, or 2, by foreign medical specialists from a foreign institution in a local, private, or public hospital where it is feasible and more economically prudent to do so. I have no problem with that phrasing, Mr. President, but it begs the question, because we in Trinidad and Tobago have been advancing in our own local care and the infrastructure required to provide high-level specialist care. And we have some of the finest medical specialists in this country that you can find anywhere in the world. And those ranks, Mr. President, are expanding year after year. I'm not that old, but some of the young physicians who would have trained with me are now back in Trinidad and Tobago and performing literal miracles, and I salute them all. The question that I have based on this amendment bill is, has the government contemplated, or will the government be giving consideration to cases in which payment may be requested or an application might be made for local treatment by local medical specialists for particular surgeries or care, even for some of these listed diagnoses in the schedule, because the cost may be too high locally. So we've considered foreign care, we've considered local care by foreign specialists who are coming here. What about local care by some of our top-level local specialists which may not be available in the public health system, may be available in the private care system? Has that been contemplated? And these are some of the provisions that I would like to query with the government on this particular legislation. We didn't get many figures here in the piloting, but in the other place, there was some presentation that between 2010 and 2025, a 15-year span, this fund has received 472 applications, the Children's Life Fund. I just want to pause to indicate and to highlight that this was a fund that the People's National Movement government inherited, and we took no steps to shut down or stymie or stifle, because when we meet something that we deem is beneficial to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, our policy is not to shut down. I can give examples of the converse with respect to youth camps and many other facilities that tend to be seen in a very political light and be shut down and stymied. That is not the ethos on this side. So I've made it relevant in that context, Mr. President. So we maintain
46-1.
and
I think he's moving on. Continue.
Mr. President,
Yes?
Mr. President, in addition to 46-1, 46-6, I think the honorable member is chattering now on the point of imputing improper motives to members opposite. I think you should caution him with respect to that. Respectfully, thank you.
What specifically you're referring to in terms of imputing?
Mr. President, the member opposite mentioned the way in which their government treats with certain items is different than the way the government treats with it. And in so, he's imputing on the borderline improper motives, and he's demonstrating that there's a difference between the way in which we treat things politically. So please, if you can refrain from doing that.
All right, I think he's moving on. You continue, member.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sounds like you overruled, but very diplomatically. Thank you kindly for your guidance, gently. So moving right along, Mr. President, I don't intend to utilize the full time. So I made the point, I was making the point that during that 15-year span, the fund would have received 472 applications. 392 were approved, and I'm making no distinction between the two administrations because the fund was allowed to proceed during the period, and 80 were declined. What were the reasons for the declinations? Because we're strengthening and expanding, so we have to make evidence-based considerations here in the Senate. Some of the conditions being applied for were not considered as life-threatening. That is being taken into account. But the other factor, and I want us to think about this a little bit further, was poor prognosis. In the opinion of the board, the authority, the prognosis in those cases was too bleak. The likelihood of success or survival, success in the treatment or management was too low to justify or support an approval and the committal of these funds. Mr. President, I say that very soberly as a parent. I know many are parents here and grandparents. I cannot consider a scenario in which a parent would acknowledge or wish to admit that their child may, the diagnosis of their child and the prognosis coming with that diagnosis may not justify the expenditure of funds if funds are available. So you're talking about a very, very, very serious determination. But those are the types of determinations that we have entrusted this authority specifically to make. And Mr. President, you know exactly where I'm going. All parents believe that their children will survive. They must. That's part of being a parent. So my question to the government, not imputing anything, my question to the government, why would you wish to take that burden and now take it from an authority and put it on a minister, a politician, appointed by a prime minister? What is the objective of doing that? What is the rationale for inserting the Minister of Health, notwithstanding whatever qualifications the current minister may have? We are not legislating until 2030 or 2028 or whenever this government would collapse. We have to legislate for the future. And I didn't hear enough justification from the piloter for the insertion of the Minister of Health in the way this amendment bill proposes. If it is a case of expediency or emergency matters, why not give further powers to the chairman of the authority? If it is a case of timeliness or the inability to convene the board, why not give further powers to the chairman? Why now? Because if I take you back to the act, who are these people on the board? These are not random individuals. They are specifically prescribed in section 5(2). The board shall comprise 9 members, a medical practitioner who is a senior public officer nominated by the minister, a senior public officer nominated by the minister with responsibility for finance with an obvious rationale, senior public officer nominated by the minister with responsibility for Tobago affairs, senior public officer from the THA, the chief executive officer of the authority, who is an ex officio member, and then members selected among persons with qualifications and proven competence in health, finance, investment, business management, law, social work, all quite appropriate, Mr. President, and a chairman selected. Why are we fishing beyond that dedicated and qualified pond in another pool to treat with a matter of timeliness or efficiency? I have not heard sufficient justification, and I believe there's sufficient cause, particularly given, and I certainly will not bring any presiding officer into the debate, but particularly given the philosophical positions, time-honored and held, espoused by members who now find themselves in government, that it would really be excessive and abuse of legislative intention to bring a minister in a scenario like this. So the question is that really necessary in curing or treating the malady identified of inefficiency, timeliness, or an emergency case? I hope for a comprehensive answer in the winding up or in the learned presentations that are to come. And maybe we might even get it from the independent bench. Let's not forget about them. And so I wouldn't go into section 6, but it is also related to that particular concern. Mr. President, we will have some other contributions on this side. There have been some troubling cases which did occur under the administration that introduced this Children's Life Fund, of cases of embezzlement of United States dollars that occurred involving staff members. And the question is, given that history, why hasn't the government considered any legislative adjustment or provision to treat with those observations and those cases that have arisen? So we have an amendment bill which treats with a few aspects of the fund, but these are not opportunities that may come to the Senate very frequently, and we should try to make best use. So I would have thought that is one element that the government, in its war on various things, might also want to include with respect to treatment of white-collar crime. Mr. President, just a couple brief observations as we look to wind up. Beta thalassemia major has now been included in the schedule. Mixing up the act with the bill. Beta thalassemia major has now been included in the schedule as a life-limiting illness that would require treatment under hematology. And I wouldn't take the Senate too much into the details of that particular disorder. It is an inherited blood disorder which can cause very, very serious complications. But I want to drill right down into my concern or my question. And it is around, you see, on one end, we should be, and we are making provisions for the more prudent, efficient, and adequate treatment of cases as they arise or as they are diagnosed. But wouldn't it also be prudent of the government to give consideration to the prospect of reducing the number of cases that could arise or preventing such cases in the first place? And a comprehensive consideration of these matters should at least reference or take into account some of the advances being carried out in other jurisdictions with respect to illnesses like beta thalassemia. So what I'm proposing to the full extent should actually result in less applications under some of these conditions and reduced expenditure. And of course, what we really want is a healthier pediatric population. So in some countries, I can give examples like Cyprus, Iran, and India, there are dedicated screening programs run by the government in collaboration with the NGO sector that does prenatal screening for beta thalassemia and some of these other conditions that have been specified in the schedule of this particular bill. For example, for beta thalassemia major, we know that certain populations, certain ethnicities are predisposed. Asians, Middle Easterners, Indians, persons of Mediterranean origin, and some persons of African origin. I think that almost describes Trinidad and Tobago to some extent. Incompletely, Senator Awari, but to some extent. So the question is, and I thought we may have gotten some of it in a comprehensive piloting, as part of this advancement, which we are participating in, as we did the first time around when the act was approved, is the Ministry of Health giving consideration to and exploring additional screening, including prenatal screening, for diseases like beta thalassemia. And I give the evidence that in Cyprus, cases went from 1 in every 150 births to just about 0. And therefore, maybe we can contemplate a day in the not too distant future when some of these conditions may become much more rare. So I just wanted to give in my own treatment of this matter as a medical professional myself, some considerations, some areas in which I think the government needs to spend some more time. You can anticipate a few amendments, Mr. President, to be circulated during the course of this debate. I give salutations to the members of this bench who will also be contributing with some very specific observations in law and recommendations to the government. What we are about is the elaboration of good law. As you can detect, Mr. President, we are here to uphold the good order of this chamber, mutual respect across the aisle, robust participation, to challenge the government where challenge is necessary, and to agree and collaborate where such is in the best interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I actually had anticipated that the Minister of Health may have found the opportunity to pilot this bill, just given the seriousness of the matter, but I anticipate that he is otherwise. No, that's no disrespect to the parliamentary secretary, but anyway, you understand what I'm saying. But in that anticipation,
that's an imputing proper motive against the good senator who moved this bill, man.
Is there comprehension gap?
Yeah, I think the member is winding down and let him conclude.
Mr. President, okay, I will not be distracted by that type of intervention. The point I was making is that had the Minister of Health been present to do the piloting and winding up, I would have had the opportunity to congratulate him as a new Minister of Health and to make the observation that he has a lot of work to do in this sector beyond the Children's Life Fund Amendment Bill. There's a lot of work remaining to be done. None of that work, including the implementation of this legislation, the proper implementation of this legislation, will properly occur.
This is not about the Minister of Health. This is about the matter before us and the work that the Minister of Health has before it. I rise on Standing Order 46.1, please.
All right. Honorable member, could you just wind up, please?
President, it's for the benefit of the member who has been troubled to rise to his legs. The implementation of this legislation, the application of these amendments, the expanded operation of the Children's Life Fund and its authority can only occur in a properly functioning Ministry of Health and under a Minister of Health who's receiving the best possible advice. The system in which we operate necessitates that such advice will come from an experienced and properly seated Chief Medical Officer. It is in that context I express the hope that the Minister of Health would have been present, because I might have had some advice for him with respect to the manner in which this country should treat our chief medical officers, particularly those, I'm going to make the point, particularly those who have overseen the administration and continuance of the Children's Life Fund, who've taken this country through devastating pandemic and who've demonstrated impartiality and fairness and wisdom every single day and every single week in office. So, Mr. President, the government supports good legislation. The government supports the government and the opposition supports the Children's Life Fund Amendment Bill. Yeah, it's been just a few weeks. The Children's Life Fund, it'll take me a little while. The Children's Life Fund, Mr. President, I speak to you, I will not be distracted. Supports the philosophy behind the expansion of the Children's Life Fund and the strengthening and extension of its facility. We will not do so blindly. Myself and colleagues on this bench will continue to present our prescriptions, our recommendations, and our observations in the hope that as a Senate, we can emerge with the best possible legislation, notwithstanding what I understand is the government's intention of just putting a stamp on this and moving on to other matters. I would say that on this side of the aisle, our constitutional duty is to demand, notwithstanding that intention, to demand that due consideration be given to the recommendations advanced during the course of this debate. With those words, Mr. President, I thank you.
Honorable Senators, I did indicate we would like to revert to an earlier item. And that item dealt with the granting of leave of absence to Senator Dr. Marlene Atts. Honorable Senators, I have received the following correspondence from Her Excellency, the President, Christine Carla Kangulu, ORTT. The Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago by Her Excellency Christine Carla Kangulu, ORTT, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. To Ms. Zola Phillips. Whereas Senator Marlene Atts is incapable of performing the duties as a senator by reason of her absence from Trinidad and Tobago, now therefore I, Christine Kangulu, President aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(c) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, do hereby appoint you, Zola Phillips, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from 23rd of June 2025 and continuing during the absence of Senator Dr. Marlene Atts from Trinidad and Tobago, given under my hand and seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the office of the President, St. Anne's, on this 17th day of June 2025. Honorable Senators, as Senator is required to take your oath. Can we all stand?
I, Zola Phillips, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
Honorable Senators, I would like to take this opportunity to remind you that the Parliament, in collaboration with the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, will be hosting a post-election seminar tomorrow, Tuesday, June the 24th, and Wednesday, June 25th, 2025, from 9:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the J. Hamilton Maurice Room, ground floor, Cabildo Building. Members would have received an email invitation to attend the post-election seminar in an effort to ensure that members are clear on the arrangement for the seminar. Allow me to confirm that Tuesday, June the 24th, and Wednesday, June 25th, 2025, are designated for all members of Parliament, and Thursday, June the 26th, 2025 rather, is designated for presiding officers only. We look forward to your participation. At this time, I would like honorable members, to recognize in our midst, in the gallery to my right, the following facilitators and speakers at tomorrow's post-election seminar. Ms. Donna Skelly, Speaker of the Legislative Assembly of Ontario, and Ms. Christine Hogarth. We have also Mr. Clive Barker, Program Manager of the Commonwealth Association, as well as Ms. Faith Ojeni Khan, CPA Secretariat, and Mr. Elish Elliott, Deputy Director, Program Management of PAL Americas. Could we all welcome our colleagues? At this time, I'd like to invite Senator Dr. Desiree Marie to make her contribution. Dr. Marie.
Mr. President, fellow senators, it is a great honor and a solemn responsibility to rise in this chamber to make my maiden contribution. I would like to thank Her Excellency Christine Carla Kangaloo, ORTT, for appointing me as an independent senator and granting me this opportunity to serve my country. I am humbled and filled with immense gratitude for the privilege of serving in this Parliament, a space where law, policy, and principle converge to decide lives and futures. Mr. President, I congratulate you on your appointment to preside over these deliberations in this regard. Today, I stand as a legislator and as a servant of the people, and I am called to make my maiden contribution in representation of the most vulnerable among us, our children. The Children's Life Fund remains one of the most meaningful indicators of this nation's progress, reflecting compassion, foresight, and a strong sense of national responsibility. The guiding principle of the fund is appropriately captured in the words of Nelson Mandela, who said, "There can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children." The initial mission of the fund at that time, in 2010, was the financing of life-saving medical treatment abroad for children whose conditions could not be treated locally. I celebrate its achievements. Since 2010, it has served 392 children, each representing a life potentially saved, a family's faith restored, and reaffirmation of our society's moral values. Today, almost 15 years since its establishment, we are called to consider the Children's Life Fund Amendment Bill 2025. The initiative to expand the fund's accessibility by moving from covering solely life-threatening illnesses to also including life-limiting conditions is commendable. Many challenges arose because of how life-threatening was interpreted for the purpose of the Act, thereby excluding children with debilitating lifelong conditions like beta thalassemia major. I commend the government for responding to the report of the Joint Select Committee, which recommended that based on an assessment of applications that were denied, the Act of Number 12 of 2010 be amended to accommodate a wider range of children in need of medical treatment. And the proposal should also consider including a provision for approving medical costs that exceed $1 million on a case-by-case basis. This amended bill being brought before the Senate demonstrates deeper consideration of the many conditions that profoundly affect children and their families, even if they do not pose an immediate threat to life. The amendments being proposed are timely and appropriate interventions. They represent an empathetic, valid, and generous evolution that must be supported by measures to ensure long-term sustainability of their benefits. Mr. President, in widening the service net, we must not unintentionally weaken its strands. In determining policy, as in medicine, empathy must be separated from emotion, and decision-making, while passionate, must also be evidence-based. If we agree to the amendments before us, we must do so responsibly and after intense interrogation of the potential limitations incurred by these amendments. This will not be easy in the current environment of heightened public expectations, access to information, equality and rights campaigns, and the unrestrainable platform of social media that disseminates information rapidly and widely without the requirement to confirm validity or to correct misinformation. Around the world, programs similar to the Children's Life Fund exist in health systems to ensure that no child is denied due to financial or social barriers. These are principled on the theory of change, which uses evidence to map inputs to outputs, outcomes, and long-term impact. Mr. President, in reviewing the Children's Life Fund Amendment Bill 2025, I have applied the theory of change framework. In this case, the input is the amendment bill itself, which seeks broader eligibility criteria, increased funding in exceptional circumstances, additional ministerial discretion, and a redefined process for urgent cases. The intended output is that more children will be treated in a timely fashion. The intended outcome is improved access to high-quality, complex care, regardless of financial or social status. And the impact must be measurable improvement in child survival, recovery, and quality of life. These are noble and sincere goals that align with my own principles, and I do have some comments that I hope will further strengthen the bill as amended. I therefore submit the following considerations in a spirit of respectful scrutiny and constructive contribution. Mr. President, my first consideration is the terminology used in the bill and its implications. Specifically, the use of the term life-limiting illness to replace the term life-threatening illness. I respectfully propose that this be taken further and that the word illness be replaced with condition throughout the bill, and also that the term life-limiting condition, or LLC, be adopted. This is not a pedantic issue. It is a matter of medical and legal precision, which with direct implications for eligibility under the Children's Life Fund. The term illness implies the presence of disease or symptoms, often linked to a person's experience of poor health. It typically reflects a pathological state that impairs function and which is not caused by injury. In contrast, condition is a broader, more inclusive term. It encompasses diseases, disorders, anomalies, and even non-pathological states that nonetheless require medical care, such as pregnancy, labor, and delivery. A condition may or may not present as an illness. For example, Pregnancy is a condition that may give rise to an illness, such as preeclampsia or eclampsia. Using the term condition ensures that we capture the full spectrum of health states that may affect a child's longevity or quality of life. This distinction matters, as it may determine who is eligible for life-saving, life-extending, or life-enhancing treatment under the fund. It ensures that children are not excluded due to imprecise language. In my field of ophthalmology, for example, the condition of retinitis pigmentosa may not be considered an illness per se, but it is certainly life-limiting. A potentially curative treatment in the form of gene therapy is on the horizon. We need look no further than this independent bench for a clear example. Senator Lalite Etienne has lived with this condition her whole life. This condition has caused her blindness. Yet it would be wholly inaccurate and inappropriate to describe her as being ill. Retinopathy of prematurity, or ROP, is another example of an eye condition that is not an illness. A blind child is not necessarily ill, but may need early, urgent treatment with profound quality of life implications if that treatment is not available. For a bill that aims to protect the most vulnerable among us, precision is essential. It is not a case of what's in a name, a rose by any other name is still a rose. Something as simple as changing a word may mean the difference between life and death, or between sight and blindness. My second consideration is the use of a medical list in legislation. Mr. President, while I appreciate the intent behind listing 26 specific conditions in Schedule 3, ranging from leukemias to congenital heart defects, I must respectfully question the need for a fixed list of life-limiting illnesses, or the alternative term life-limiting conditions, in legislation. A life-limiting condition can be defined as a disease, disorder, anomaly, or state that can reasonably be expected to shorten the life, cause the death, or significantly impact the quality of life of an individual, including daily functioning and overall well-being. That definition is sufficiently broad, comprehensive, and appropriate to guide eligibility without itemizing conditions. Why is it necessary to include a fixed list of illnesses? Fixed lists, such as Schedule 3, though well-meaning, may inadvertently restrict access rather than expand it. By their nature, fixed lists cannot capture the full spectrum of conditions that might warrant support under the fund. Children with serious conditions may be unintentionally excluded because their condition is not named on the list. This contradicts the fund's purpose, which is to prioritize saving and enhancing the lives of children and their families, not to narrow or limit access. Significant challenges arose from the narrow interpretation of the term life-limiting that resulted in the exclusion of children with severe lifelong conditions such as beta thalassemia major. Notably, the Parent Act included no list of life-threatening illnesses. It relied on the judgment and interpretation of the Life Unit and the Board of the Children's Life Fund Authority. Recognizing the difficulty and nuance involved in these decisions, the law has been clarified by replacing life-threatening with life-limiting in the amended Act. This change now enables the board to apply the law more humanely and with greater discretion without being constrained by a rigid list. There is, in fact, a medically recognized directory of life-limiting conditions, which is 17 pages long, consisting of hundreds of conditions. It contains a list of ICD-10 codes associated with diseases known to limit the life of children. For context, the ICD-10 is the 10th revision of the International Classification of Diseases, a standardized medical coding system designed by the World Health Organization to catalog health conditions. Despite its extensiveness, the authors caution that the directory of life-limiting conditions is neither exhaustive, determinative, nor definitive. With so many conditions known to impact children's life expectancy, narrowing the list to just 26 for inclusion in Schedule 3 must have required careful consideration and difficult prioritization. Beta thalassemia major is one of the 26 listed. However, retinopathy of prematurity, ROP, an equally devastating condition, is not. Children with stage 5 ROP are blind almost from birth, and many families have had to pay out of pocket for care at hospitals in Toronto and Miami due to the best care plan not being available in Trinidad. Those unable to afford overseas care face the hardship of raising a blind child, often with additional complications like cerebral palsy and other defects associated with premature birth. Given these considerations, I respectfully suggest that the need for the list in Schedule 3 be reconsidered. The board of the Children's Life Fund Authority, already mandated to assess each application on its own merit, would then be well positioned to make informed, fair, and compassionate decisions. The point has been convincingly made that the law should be interpreted in the spirit of generosity, not strict limitation, and I anticipate this will be done going forward. This approach would preserve the integrity of the fund, promote equitable access, and allow for flexibility as medical science continues to advance. My third point relates to governance, oversight, and ministerial discretion. Mr. President, the amended bill provides the Minister of Health to intervene directly in certain cases. These amendments stem from two issues. One, long processing times and delays from application to departure. And two, the process for reconsideration of denied applications. Treatment delays, possibly contributing to adverse patient outcomes and negative media coverage, are indeed cause for concern. Delays are sometimes medically unavoidable. For instance, a child may be too ill to travel. Any administrative delays can be addressed through ministerial direction under Section 14 of the Act without undermining the board's authority. The issue has been well ventilated. The board is already permitted to meet virtually, and a quorum is 5 of 9 members. There is no barrier to convening urgently, even outside standard hours in emergency situations. While I empathize with families facing delay or denial, placing the Honorable Minister, whomever that person may be, in a position to override or reverse the board's decisions risks the politicizing of a process that demands neutrality. Flexibility in urgent, exceptional cases is important. The Act already empowers the minister to issue directives in this situation. The Children's Life Fund Authority is composed of 9 highly qualified individuals, many appointed through ministerial nomination. It represents a range of expertise, including health, finance, and law. I respectfully suggest that this diverse and capable board should remain the final arbiter of grant decisions with appropriate checks and accountability. The board bears a collective responsibility to safeguard the integrity of the fund and to ensure fairness and consistency. It provides a buffer for both patients and individual policymakers from the pressure of unilateral decisions in life and death cases. My fourth point reflects on the need for health system strengthening and building local capacity for complex care. Mr. President, the Children's Life Fund Amendment Bill 2025 is driven by a noble goal. The bill, with its proposed amendments, is an important step, but it must not be the final one. As legislators, we must ask not only whether a child can be saved today, but whether our health system is being developed to strengthen, to save many more children tomorrow. Let us not, in another 15 years from now, look back and realize that we invested in exporting our children instead of building a health system that can serve them here at home. Let's be honest. Too honest, we equate foreign with better. I commend the Honorable Minister's recommendation to allow foreign specialists to provide services in local hospitals. Many local practitioners are trained to the same standards. We must ensure that this bill and its amendments are an interim measure while local infrastructure and health administration are put in place to hopefully render the fund unnecessary in the future. Overseas care is not inherently superior. In 2001, almost 25 years ago, I provided care at the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex for a baby diagnosed with retinoblastoma, a type of eye cancer that is listed in Schedule 3. In about 2/3 of cases, it affects one eye. This child had cancer in both eyes. She was successfully treated collaboratively, right here in Trinidad with a visiting consultant pediatric ophthalmologist with whom I had trained in the UK, and a local team of dedicated pediatricians. The infant received world-class treatment. Her journey reminds us that complex care is possible within our borders. As far as I am aware, the Life Unit has never had to consider a case of retinoblastoma. This is further evidence that international standard care can be delivered locally. Even in high-resource settings, the best available treatment cannot always be delivered locally. In the UK, the National Health Service Highly Specialized Services Fund was set up to support around 80 services that are considered highly specialized. In general, these services are delivered in a small number of expert centers, and children are transported there for treatment. The situation is different if there is a lack of local expertise. A logical next step would be to bring in qualified foreign specialists to work within local facilities where the majority of our vulnerable children seek care. This is already done for some types of cardiac surgery here in Trinidad. This approach could reduce the need and the cost for overseas referrals while still ensuring access to world-class expertise and building local capacity. At this stage, the focus should remain on strengthening our public institutions. By concentrating resources and effort there, we can lay the foundation for a robust, accessible healthcare system for all the nation's children. Let us build more than a fund. Let us build a framework, one that protects every child's right to healthcare while strengthening our health system in parallel. The Children's Life Fund must be driven by principles of equity, evidence, and excellence. It requires precision, sustainability, and foresight to achieve maximum impact. Whenever possible, our children deserve care at home, surrounded by family and familiarity, and the dignity of being treated in their own country. My fifth consideration is economic sustainability. It is important to understand the full financial implications for some of these procedures. The proposed increase in the grant ceiling from $1 million to $1,500,000 Trinidad and Tobago dollars per patient in exceptional cases is welcome. My research has revealed that an autologous stem cell transplant procedure using the patient's own stem cells to treat leukemia, lymphoma, thalassemia, or sickle cell disease can typically cost between $100,000 and $300,000 United States dollars. The average cost of an allogenic stem cell transplant procedure using stem cells from a donor is between $200,000 and $500,000 US dollars. These estimates exclude post-transplant medications, which may add $10,000 to $20,000 US dollars annually. Even when these costs are covered by the Children's Life Fund, given the escalating cost of healthcare and the 2-year restriction on reapplication, many families may still face financial ruin due to ongoing medical costs during the period when post-procedure complications are most likely. A case in point is graft versus host disease after stem cell transplantation for beta thalassemia major or sickle cell diseases. This is a frequent complication in which immune cells from the stem cell donor attack the tissues of the child. Its management requires expertise in stem cell transplantation and drugs that may not be immediately available locally. This emphasizes the importance of cultivating local expertise along with legal and administrative policies to achieve the bill's goals. Mr. President, if we get this right, we will strengthen our entire health system, empower our professionals, and build a model of care that is homegrown and world-class. The sixth and final consideration is the role of data and evaluation. This is not a matter of sentiment, but of evidence. Has the fund's performance since 2010 been assessed with respect to gender, ethnicity, and socioeconomic status? Are there any underserved groups? Growth and expansion should not be confused with equity. Our approach must be intentional and evidence-based. Mr. President, I wish to propose moving forward that we closely monitor the benefits of this intervention. Applications, treatments, deferrals, and clinical outcomes. In conclusion, Mr. President, the Hippocratic Oath refers to the ideal, first, do no harm. It is a call to act with care, foresight, and purpose. Let us ensure that every dollar sent abroad is matched, or better yet, surpassed by investment at home in our public hospitals, our people, and the systems that support them. No health system can serve its people without a reliable and consistent supply of medication and a safe and steady supply of blood and blood products. the cornerstone of treatment for cancer, thalassemia, and sickle cell disease. The UWI Blood Donor Foundation offers a sustainable, scalable model worthy of national adoption. In addition, prevention of disability is the most cost-effective way to avoid suffering. Mandatory screening of all pregnant women and newborns for hemoglobinopathies is also critical, so that life-saving treatment can be instituted as early as possible for children with beta thalassemia major and sickle cell disease before irreversible end organ damage has occurred. We must redefine success, not by how many children we send abroad, but by how equitably resources are distributed, by the quality of life of the children post-treatment, by how many return to a health system capable of sustaining their recovery, and by how many never need to leave at all because our health system has evolved to meet their needs. I will be circulating proposed amendments supporting my contributions today to have each amendment discussed during the committee stage. Thank you, Mr. President.
Allow me to extend, on behalf of the Senate, congratulations to Dr. Desiree Marie on a maiden contribution. I now recognize the Honorable Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs, and Development.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the opportunity to join this debate. And let me also add my congratulations to you as you sit in that august chair. I want to thank Senator Murray for her very worthwhile contribution and the constructive comments that I think the government has listened and will take some of your comments on board in a positive way. Thank you very much for that, and congratulations to you on your maiden contribution. And I want to thank my colleague as well for her very wonderful piloting of this bill. And Senator Murray, Mr. President, through you, your suggestion that we change life-limiting illness to life-limiting condition, I think will be positively recognized on this side, and pending, obviously, in committee stage, you will delve into it a little further. But I think that's a very worthwhile suggestion, and I thank you for that. One of the things that I think we need to also recognize, Mr. President, that even though we talk about foreign persons coming to help build that local capacity, and indeed as we also allow them to transfer knowledge to local individuals, as we seek to build the cadre of persons capable of responding to many of these developing illnesses, and even those that exist, but those that are yet to be developed. In fact, that's one of the reasons why, Mr. President, had the Couva Hospital been opened as a teaching facility, we would have had a proper place where we can transfer some of this to local persons. The other thing that Senator Murray talked about is the expanding role, Mr. President, of the minister as opposed to the board. I am in a unique position, Mr. President, where I am probably one of the few people in this House that have, in the course of one of my former lives, had to confront, to console, persons who have had to bury their children. And those are situations, Mr. President, where you can't find the words, nor sometimes the ability to hold people's hand as they go through that exercise of placing that coffin in the ground and see their child go for the last time. It is one of the reasons why, Senator, that we want to give families just that added sense of hope that as they seek to have sometimes the very last chance to help children in whatever circumstance that they find themselves, we wanted to create an additional measure to give that access to families to see how best we can help them. Part of what we have to do, therefore, as we look to expand that framework as opposed to a fund that Senator Murray spoke about, that framework must involve an evolving scenario where parents could have additional access to a format and procedures that they can assist in their moments of need. Mr. President, as I stand in support of this bill, of these amendments, to this legislation, I want to also address some of the comments made by my colleague opposite, Dr. Brown, Senator Brown. You know, one of the things that we are loath to do in this country is give recognition where recognition is due. The specialized care and focus that children have had, as Senator Brown enunciated, going back to Rotary clubs and so on, is something that we must all be very grateful for. Because at no point in time in our collective history have we ever sought to neglect the needs of our children, especially those who are vulnerable. But we also have to recognize the fact that while in years gone by, many of our children were served by various institutions in our country, it took a very special person in 2010, in her first act as Prime Minister, to single out and set up a fund dedicated and specific to looking after the well-being of our children, especially those who are vulnerable and underserved. And we must give special recognition and thanks to the Honorable Prime Minister, who did it in 2010 and have done it again in 2025. You know, it cost us nothing to recognize the good that our leaders do at any time in our history. And so I want to commend this bill to special favor in this House, but also to recognize the role of the Honorable Prime Minister, Kamala Persad-Bissessar. Dr. Brown has talked about demographic data and bringing evidence of how information can be brought to the House to show the veracity of the expansion of this legislation, of this amendment. I want to just say, Mr. President, that I am a parent. I don't know that at any point in time, if my child was in such a circumstance, that I'd be worried about what demographic or anecdotal data exists. In those circumstances, parents are only focused on what they are being challenged with as they seek to bring a better quality of life to their child. And even if one child is helped, and in fact, as the data shows, that over almost 400 cases have been approved. In my view, Mr. President, this is a time when we need to make sure that we keep pace with the challenges that parents are being confronted with on a daily basis. Because if it's one thing that over the last 5 years or so have taught us, is that medical circumstances can change in a twinkling of an eye. And we face new and emerging challenges on a consistent basis that we need to recognize more and more. That we not only need to have the tools to do it, we need to have the structure to be able to respond to it. In fact, one of the things that Senator Brown spoke about in terms of gross net income as opposed to gross income, can consider that at a later date. But what I want to make sure is that this amendment that there is no time like the present, that we make sure and positively support this amendment, because at the end of the day, Mr. President, there are many of our children, and the issues highlighted by my colleague as she piloted this bill in terms of the national information available about the children who have not been able to benefit because of the bureaucratic nature and the tardiness sometimes that we can find ourselves in, remind us how urgent this amendment is. There are a couple of things that that Senator Brown talked about. One that I didn't particularly quite understand in terms of, because maybe I was out of the country for the last 15 years. And as you know, Mr. President, while I am not new to this establishment, I have been out of the business for the last 15 years. And even though I'm now back in the fold, some of the matters I'm just not familiar with. So when you talk about staff members and white-collar crime, maybe there is something that the other side can teach us about, because I am not too familiar with those things. So I would be edified as we move on to some of those. Preventative medicine, Mr. President. One of the things that, another area that the senator spoke about, creating a mechanism to take steps to make sure that we create a preventative medical mechanism. I think there is always work to be done by the Ministry of Health to build a framework where we all move as a nation to a healthier framework. Preventative medicine has been part of our curricula for the last 15, 20 years. And at the end of the day, Mr. President, I think that we need to find ways in which we not only respond, as you put mechanism in place, respond to debilitating diseases and conditions that children may find themselves in, but also to move our nation into a healthier format. That's part of our sustainable development goals that we all ascribe to. And more often than not, I think many of us have been involved in that two-pronged approach. While we seek to address the concerns that people find themselves in, we also need to fix the system where we can prevent those things from coming up. And I'm sure, given the Minister of Health that we have in this government, that will be adequately addressed. So having shared, having responded to some of the comments made from the other side, Mr. President, there is a tragic format that we sometimes find ourselves in as we work across the public service and in institutions such as the Children Life Fund. And so this amendment, Mr. President, seeks to eliminate some of the things that we have been inundated with. And that came out of some of the issues that the fund found themselves in the past. One, of course, is the delay in making decisions. We have to make sure, Mr. President, that when we are faced with some of the problems and challenges that many families are faced with on an ongoing basis, for most of those, and I put myself in that situation as a parent, most of them want to know that their concerns are not only listened to, but addressed in a timely manner. And that is why these amendments are very, very critical, to make sure that we create a mechanism to respond in a timely manner, to make sure that we create a mechanism to give families hope, to make sure we create a mechanism that's able to adequately respond to people, especially when they're in moments of crisis and they're in need. One of the other things, Mr. President, that this amendment seeks to do is to make sure in that process and in that chronology of hope and that's where I think the minister is also very critical, as not the board being the end, but having recourse to the minister, is that in some circumstances, there are things that we oftentimes, and I know Senator Murray spoke about the limited list that we may find ourselves in, But of course, because the minister can, by negative resolution, amend that list in the schedule, that the minister plays a very important role to be able to continue to give life to take the legislation, because part of the problem, Mr. President, that we find ourselves in today, and again, the last 5 years taught us that, things are evolving at a much faster rate. I mean, COVID was a good lesson for that, as Senator Brown alluded to. When we find ourselves in those circumstances, we oftentimes don't have the luxury sometimes of time in order to be able to respond, and of time in order to be able to create a mechanism that will adequately address that particular need at that point in time. And that's why these amendments are focused in giving that additional space of hope, in creating that level of responsiveness that allows the minister, not a burden, but I think it is an important tool of persons who want to sit in the chairs that we sit in, to be able to respond adequately to the things that confront us on a daily basis. And that's why when, for example, Senator Brown alluded to the fact that in government, when he was there, his time in the last 10 years, that they did not discontinue, but continue this. Doing good or doing this kind of service ought not to be the purview of any one government, but must be the concerted responsibility of all of us who seek to serve in government. And that is why, one ought not to look to see, for example, when you're in this kind of public service, whether it be in any field or profession, to say, therefore, that one will continue in this vein to give life to this fund, it is not something that is conditional, but it's something that is absolute. We have to look after those who are most vulnerable in our society, and children are paramount in them. So it is something that all of us, irrespective of who forms the government, and that is why I'm saying that is the reason why, Mr. President, we have to thank the then Prime Minister and the Prime Minister today for giving life to this fund, for bringing it to a specific focus, because that is the obligation of all of us who want and who form a government of Trinidad and Tobago. Looking after the most vulnerable is our first and most sacred responsibility. So, Mr. President, that is why this government prioritizes the care of our children. That is why this continues to be the first piece of legislation that this government bring before this honorable House. This honorable Senate. A couple of other things, Mr. President, that I want to talk about. It is important, Mr. President, that when we focus on the needs of our children and the health of our children, that these are not just aspirations of our country. These are global aspirations. These are aspirations that we have committed to as we as we sign agreements with sustainable goals, ensuring that we move towards creating access to healthy lives and promote the well-being of all our people, especially our children. And moving to healthy lives as based on the suggestion of Senator Murray in terms of removing illness and replacing it with conditions. It shows, therefore, that in Trinidad and Tobago, we are committed to making sure that we create not just a framework, but we create access to help persons live as normal a life as it's medically and humanly possible. And that is why, Mr. President, I remember when I was in one of my former lives, I was called to Port of Spain Hospital, and there was a child that was there abandoned by her mother, and she was born with a very rare skin disease. And at the time I was serving in Port of Spain, And the nurses there used to take care of that child. And on evenings, once I had the time, I would go by, and we had bought a stroller for the child. And we weren't allowed to take her too far, but we would take her for strolls and so on. And she was given a life expectancy, I think, of about 2.5 to 3 years. And I remember when I was called to do that funeral of that child, it just reminded me of how sometimes children live in such tragic circumstances that if only we could find mechanisms to be able to help them. And one of the things that I laboriously had to do was track down the parent of that child. And when I did find the mother, probably took me about a year or more to find the mother. One of the things that the mother said to me is that she could not go to see her child because she just couldn't bear seeing the child living in such circumstance. I don't know, both in my former life and in my life today, how you could ever judge that. But reminds me of the tragedy and the impossible choices that parents face at times like that. And that is why, as I continue to refer this amendment to the House for positive acceptance, and bearing in mind what Senator Murray, my past have then given me a particular perspective. And in such a circumstance, I would want parents to have as much hope, separating, of course, as Senator Murray spoke about in terms of from emotions, and I forgot her words, they were so poignant, empathy from evidence-based. In my former life, I was extremely empathetic, I must confess. But I just don't know how you judge those circumstances. All I can suggest, and what this bill, what this amendment seek to do, is to give that additional caveat of hope, to give that additional process that parents could have. And while sometimes we look at this legislation from the perspective of what children will go through, I want to look at this legislation from what parents go through. Because that, for me, would be one of the things that none of us could judge. And in such a circumstance, notwithstanding economic sustainability, notwithstanding the burden that ministers would have, but understanding the additional comfort, the additional measure of hope that parents will now have as they engage with the Children Life Fund Authority and the board, and balancing that with their own desire to help their child. Mr. President, I spent 20 years as a Catholic priest, and I have buried many people. The most tragic of that experience has always been children. I cannot tell you the pain. Sometimes I don't even know the words to say. How do you help a mother or a father? How do you explain to them when they ask you why? Now, not all of those circumstances could be helped. But if there's an opportunity to help one of them, Mr. President, then this bill must be supported by all of us. Whatever amendments we have, whatever additions to the list, let us not keep back the support of this amendment. For me, I have always felt in my former iteration and in this present configuration that legislations are living things. We will not always get it right, but the intent always is to take it and move it forward in a positive way, given all the information that we have before us today. And that is why, Mr. President, when we come to moments like this, when we talk about whether or not these things are followed through, irrespective of who forms the government, it is important for us, Mr. President, to know that our responsibility to make sure and create a framework where especially those who face circumstances such as those who are going to confront or apply for support in this, through this amendment, in this format, these are people that we are duty bound to make sure and support to the fullest of our ability. It is why, Mr. President, I want to again support my colleague to commend this government and our Prime Minister in making sure that this legislation, that this amendment to this legislation receives the support of the Honorable Senate. It is my firm belief, therefore, Mr. President, that the Children Life Fund legislation and its envisioned expansion will not only create additional hope to many of those who sometimes feel hopeless, but I am convinced, Mr. President, that even as we move to strengthen our healthcare system, even as we move to make sure that we create additional, let me go back to something that Senator Murray said. And I think Senator Brown referred to it as well. Even as we seek to build our local capacity to address some of these issues, we are living in such an even smaller and shrinking global community where not only must we create access to foreign interventions, but I completely agree that foreign interventions, especially if you have to bring them to do it locally, must also include a transfer of knowledge, must include as well building local capacity as we seek to make sure that we develop the cadre of people needed to address. And that is why I think when we confirm the amendment to this legislation, we are creating a framework where our healthcare could also be positively impacted by making sure that we have that kind of engagement. And I think that must be true of health, but it must be true of all sectors of our society. There is a framework where I think, and the intent must be that even as we engage with foreign experts, that we have to make sure that our local practitioners are part of that conversation, are part of that process, and are beneficiaries of such of any foreign intervention that we may have. And therefore, the purpose and objectives of this amendment must be to create a place where all of us transfer that feeling of support to those who are vulnerable. And that is why, Mr. President, that in the manifesto of the UNC as we form the government, the manifesto speak to having equitable access to good health care. And that is why this caring government, as its first promise, creates this amendment so that we can all have and give our children and those who are most vulnerable in society access to good health care. This is not just a promise of a political party. It is the commitment of a caring government. It is not a promise of a political platform, but an intent to make sure that we serve those, first of all, who are vulnerable, and make sure that we give equitable access to everyone in our society. So that's why, Mr. President, when we speak to this amendment, we are speaking to a commitment, first, off the blocks, a commitment to make sure that we not just look and fulfill our responsibility, our mandate. And I'm sure, Mr. President, as you know, that manifesto that came with our mandate to form the government also forms the basis of our government policy. So, Mr. President, as my colleague who piloted the bill alluded to, there have been times in the past when delays led to death. When we did not allow the process did not respond enough to deal with, and some of my other colleagues will deal with some of these things later on. But that is why we must not be debilitated, and that is one of the reasons why we are seeking to lift the threshold from the financial and adjust the financial threshold from 1 to 1.5, where in specialized circumstances. That's one of the reasons why, Mr. President, that we are continuing to find ways in which we can make sure that both the authority and the minister have the wherewithal to address and respond to any circumstance that they may find themselves, notwithstanding that which may not be on the list, but allows the board and the minister to be able to respond to needs that may arise or not specific to the list in the schedule. So, Mr. President, I want to thank the members of this Senate who are inclined to support, and I hope it will be all of us, and that there will be no abstentions, that all of us must put on record our support, not just for this amendment, but put on record our support to making sure that in everything we seek to do, that the lives of our most vulnerable, encapsulated in children that are in circumstances that none of us would want to see, this amendment gets the benefit and the honor of our support. It is why, Mr. President, that these life-saving treatments is so critical and crucial that I would want to make sure that as we support this legislation, that we do not create any impediments so that any of our vulnerable children today have no restrictions, both from accessing the fund to the board or through the minister. And that is why, again, these amendments are so important. It creates that framework that allows us to be supportive of what is currently before us. And in this ever-evolving medical scenarios that we find ourselves in, especially in our world today, God forbid that the last 5 years is not repeated. But we are finding ourselves in circumstances that are becoming less and less predictable, and therefore we must have a mechanism to respond to these unpredictable circumstances that both families and ourselves as a community sometimes are confronted with. So, Mr. President, I thank you for the opportunity to participate in this debate, and I commend this bill to the Honorable Senate.
Allow me to warmly congratulate the Honorable Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development on his maiden contribution. I now turn to Senator Anthony Vieira, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I came across a very interesting quote the other day that I thought I would share with you. It goes like this: The moral test of government is how it treats with those who are in the dawn of life, the children, those who are in the twilight of life, the aged, and those in the shadows of life, the sick, the needy, and the handicapped. That quote is attributed to the 38th Vice President of the United States, Hubert Humphrey, and was supposedly the last speech before his death. So it is noteworthy, even gratifying, that the first bill brought to the Senate in this 13th Parliament concerns saving or improving the lives of children, our most vulnerable and precious, consistent with Hubert Humphrey's observations. When we see a seriously ill child, there's a range of emotions: shock, denial, anger, disappointment, resentment, helplessness, even despair. Senator Swat Singh described the pain in burying a child. We are wired to protect children from any harm of any kind. And that range of emotions is amplified when those who are responsible for the care and safety of a sick child, they are helpless because the cost of effective pediatric intervention is financially crippling or beyond them. This legislation seeks to expand the category of applicants who may qualify for a grant under the Children's Life Fund by the introduction of a new schedule, which lists life-threatening illnesses, as well as introducing a mechanism that will allow the Minister of Health to review rejected applications and, in exceptional circumstances, approve a previously rejected grant. As the mover of the bill put it, this legislation takes into account deficiencies in the Parent Act, what responsible government looks like. So I am happy to support this legislation, which is rooted in the desire to help those most in need. Children suffering from life-limiting illnesses who require specialist medical treatment. This legislation is a tangible expression of a caring society, and as such, it is deserving of support. I'm tempted to say in the face of, but I think it's more accurate to say especially in the face of a declining economy. All the more reason to help alleviate the pain and suffering of children with life-limiting conditions whose family cannot afford medical treatment. Now, turning to the bill itself and some of its positives. By expanding coverage from strictly life-threatening illnesses to life-limiting illnesses, we will allow more children to qualify for assistance. If reports are right, that 80 out of 472 applications during the period 2010 to 2025 were denied, solely due to the condition not being life-threatening, this amendment could reverse that trend. And so that's a positive. By allowing the Minister of Health to review rejected applications, we can ensure fairness, accountability, and ensure that those most in need can get the medical treatment they need. Again, that's a positive. So I don't have a problem with these amendments as they fulfill a 2022 Joint Select Committee recommendation about the desirability to expand qualifying illnesses. This bill implements that recommendation. There are, however, some shortcomings, and I will be circulating proposed amendments in that regard. First, in the other place, one member warned about potential overreach of ministerial power, that the bill grants the minister superpowers to override board decisions with no formal checks or appeal mechanism, that there is no requirement for judicial review or peer oversight of ministerial decisions, and this might create avenues for improper influence in the fund's deployment. The parliamentary secretary spoke about the challenges posed by a rigid interpretation of criteria, that new diseases are being identified, and that things are evolving. So that brings me to my second concern, that by having a rigid illness list, we may inadvertently be excluding deserving cases. The Usdom Generis rule of statutory interpretation states that when you list specific items, you essentially limit the scope of a wider or broader range of similar items. In other words, by being overly specific in Schedule 3, we are limiting the range of life-limiting illnesses and maybe inadvertently excluding conditions not yet listed. I believe Senator Murray said that there is an index, a codex, 17 pages of life-threatening illnesses. So I'm concerned that the approach we are taking is going to reduce flexibility, contrary to the intent of broadening coverage. Someone had said, children should not be excluded because of imprecise language. I believe Senator Murray said that, and I think I agree with that. I have a third concern, and this is about the use of a notification to amend Schedule 3. Now, that provision, I believe, deserves scrutiny from a legislative, drafting, and from an administrative law standpoint. In legislative practice, a notification is a non-legislative instrument used to announce or to publish an administrative fact or decision. It is not subject to parliamentary scrutiny, and it is usually issued under ministerial discretion. So, example, declaring the commencement of an act, publishing a list of appointed persons, publicly communicating a decision taken under statutory powers. But critically, a notification does not require parliamentary approval, either affirmatively via a vote or negatively, subject to annulment. Now, Mr. President, unlike the leader of the opposition in the Senate in the last parliament, who routinely insisted on affirmative resolution as a matter of standing policy, it is well known that I have no issue with the use of negative resolutions insofar as amending Schedule 1 and 2 are concerned. I think that is an appropriate use of that particular mechanism. But using the notification method to amend Schedule 3 means that there's no parliamentary oversight, and in any event, the proposed Section 32(2), as introduced by Clause 6A, I think is problematic for a number of reasons. First, it means we're giving the minister unilateral discretion, and I'm not comfortable with that. I'm not comfortable with the fact that he will be able to expand or restrict eligibility without any parliamentary check. Secondly, the clause lacks clarity. It's unclear who is being notified. Is it the parliament? Is it the public? Is it the Children's Life Fund Board? Thirdly, it's a departure from constitutional convention. The amendment of a substantive part of primary legislation, like a schedule setting eligibility criteria, should not be done by a mere notification. because doing so undermines the doctrine of legality and the need for democratic accountability.
To suspend the sitting so we can refresh by consuming some lunch. So at this time, we'll want to pause and return at 1:45 p.m. This sitting is now suspended until 1:45 p.m. Senator Anthony Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe before we broke for the lunch, I was speaking about the notification, the use of the notification method, and suggesting that doing so could undermine the doctrine of legality and the need for democratic accountability. And I was thinking during the lunch period, I reflected some years ago, there was an amendment to the list of approved dental schools in the schedule of the Dental Profession Act. Now, here's a schedule in the parent legislation that had a list of all the schools that met the criteria for accepting persons who had graduated from those schools automatically as dentists. Schools would sometimes go out of business. Sometimes you have new schools that come into the equation that should be on the list. But for many, many years, nothing was done to change. I believe that when that change to the schedule came, it was done by the minister making an announcement, and then it was debated in the House, and it was approved. So this measure of a simple notification to change a list takes me somewhat by surprise. And I'd be interested in hearing more about the legality of this measure. In any event, I will be submitting a redraft of Section 32(2) for consideration. Now, like Senator Murray, my preference is to change the definition of life-limiting illness and avoid the whole usum generis rule altogether, if possible. But if government insists on using schedules, Schedules 1, Schedules 2, Schedules 3, then we should ensure expert input before amending the medical eligibility list. And we should require publication and notice, thereby increasing transparency. As I said at the beginning, I have no problem with the Honorable Minister retaining ministerial discretion, but that should be tempered with parliamentary oversight through negative resolution. We should strive to align with Commonwealth legislative norms, for example, the Jamaica's National Health Fund, the UK Human Medicines regulations. So in the premises, I would respectfully commend the following suggestions by way of improving this important bill. First, let us provide for independent review. By allowing for judicial or tribunal review of ministerial overrides, that will ensure that decisions are legally grounded and transparent. Secondly, let us adopt flexible medical criteria by replacing a closed Schedule 3 list with an open-ended clinical definition. And this will allow medical experts to validate conditions on a case-by-case basis. Thirdly, we can mandate procedural targets. So including statutory timeframes for application processing. And this would be geared towards reducing harmful delays. As the mover of the bill said, waiting on bureaucracy should never lead to burying a child. Fourthly, we can strengthen anti-corruption protocols by requiring periodic public reporting on ministerial reviews, grant distributions, and outcomes to ensure accountability. Dealing with public funds requires transparency and accountability, no matter how noble the intentions are. Fifthly, let us increase transparency in relation to Section 32(2). Let us be consistent with the promise made earlier that fair, transparent, and clinically justified decisions will be the norm. So in conclusion, let me commend the government for bringing this legislation. It admirably aims to broaden access and increase accountability, addressing past shortcomings in the parent legislation and its current processes. As I have indicated, I am concerned, however, that the bill as cast may grant excessive, unchecked ministerial discretion, and it still maintains that statutory rigidity. In the spirit of taking into account deficiencies in the Parent Act, dealing with public funds in a transparent and accountable manner, plugging some of the missing components in the Parent Act, interpreting the law in the spirit of generosity as opposed to strict interpretation, I am hopeful that proposed amendments to this bill will be given due and proper consideration and will meet the Senate's approval. I thank you.
Thank you. I recognize Senator Janelle John Bates.
Mr. President, I would first like to congratulate you on your appointment. And I would first like to also say thank you for this opportunity to make my maiden contribution in this august house. I would also want to take this opportunity to thank the Leader of the Opposition for the trust that she has reposed in me. Mr. President, I was deeply heartened to learn that the first bill that will be debated in the Senate is this Children's Life Fund Amendment Bill 2025. Mr. President, it fills my heart to be able to contribute to this bill because you see, I am a first-time mother. I had my first child late last year. The love I feel for my daughter has deepened the love and empathy I feel for all children of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, even before becoming a mother, when I would hear stories about children who were in need, I would feel this sense of anxiety. And Mr. President, upon becoming a mother, that anxiety has gone to the level of a visceral pain. It pains me to see mothers and fathers begging, cap in hand, TV, social media, Facebook, asking anyone, everyone for assistance for their child when in need. So, Mr. President, it is through that lens of motherhood that I make my first contribution here today. I will support any comprehensive and well thought out piece of legislation that seeks to safeguard the welfare of our children. And I know that I'm not alone on this side in this regard. We, the People's National Movement, we are not here to oppose for opposing's sake. We are here to support good law and good policy. And I know we are united in our belief that the welfare of our children should transcend partisanship. Mr. President, I rise to support this bill, though I have a few concerns that I will address later on. But I rise in support of this bill because I am personally acquainted with the critical nature of the Children's Life Fund. Mr. President, I know personally one of the 472 applicants that was referenced here today. Recently, some of my friends had a child. Within hours of her birth, this precious, perfect little baby was diagnosed with a life-threatening congenital heart defect. The doctors at the neonatal intensive care unit at the Port of Spain General Hospital, they were able to stabilize her, and they were able to administer medicine that would keep her alive for about a month's time. Before I go on, I would like to actually take this opportunity to thank the doctors, nurses, and other medical professionals at the NICU in Port of Spain for all that they did to save the life of my friend's daughter, and the human service that they deliver every day that they go to work. So, Mr. President, as I was saying, the medicine that they were able to administer to baby was able to keep the valve in her heart open, but only for a month. The surgery that she required to keep her alive was not available in Trinidad. Her family were able to find a few hospitals abroad that would actually undertake this very complex surgery on a newborn. The parents were quoted as much as $850,000 United States dollars. That is approximately 6 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars to undertake this surgery. Fortunately, they were able to find a hospital that was willing to do the surgery for $250,000 US dollars. So that is approximately 1.7 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars. And that's just the surgery and accommodation for the baby. That does not include travel, food, accommodation for her parents. With the help of the Children's Life Fund and with immense personal sacrifice, my friends were able to amass the acquired dollars to have the surgery undertaken on their daughter. I am elated to say that the baby is healthy and thriving today. So it was within 25 days from her birth to her surgery, 25 days. Without the Children's Life Fund, Mr. President, I'm not sure I'll be standing here sharing that happy news. Mr. President, before I take a closer look at some of the suggested amendments, I would like to commend the government for piloting this very important piece of legislation. But in doing so, I'd also want to correct some of the assertions made by the Parliamentary Secretary, Dr. Chaitan Maharaj. In her contribution, she sought to somehow connect the People's National Movement with moral failure and indifference. Those were her words. But Mr. President, I would like to say that the PNM has a long, proud record of prioritizing the welfare of children in Trinidad and Tobago. Going as far back as 1970, as referenced by Senator Dr. Brown, with the Medical Aid Committee coming all the way to 2022, when the People's National Movement passed, or sorry, should I say, promoted or drafted the National Child Policy. That is a comprehensive framework to guide all stakeholders towards achieving optimal well-being of children. One of the 6 strategic goals of that National Child Policy was to ensure that all children receive quality physical, mental health care. Our commitment translated into concrete actions. We enhanced prenatal and postnatal care for mothers and children. We expanded screening to curative and palliative care for children, and we invested in primary health centers across this nation. And Mr. President, I'm not talking about something I heard. I'm talking about something I experienced personally. Because I had my daughter at one of our public hospitals. I accessed prenatal care all throughout my pregnancy at that hospital. After my daughter was born, I take her right there to a health center in my neighborhood for all of her immunizations and for any of her, medical checks that she requires right now. The hospital that I attended to and the health center that I attend to right now, they've all been clean. All of the staff members have been professional, and all the services have been free. Mr. President, that is the legacy of the PNM. Now, Mr. President, I would like to now move on to some of the clauses in this amendment bill, this bill to amend the Children's Life Fund. I want to look at clause 5A of the bill. I welcome that amendment to section 21, which permits the board to recommend up to $1.5 million in exceptional circumstances. Mr. President, $1 million ain't what it used to be. We have rising inflation in everything, including medical services. We have the increasing complexity of pediatric medical cases that stretch the limit of the fund. I already mentioned, Mr. President, that my friend eventually had to pay $1.7 million for surgery to save his daughter's life. This amendment then provides the needed flexibility that would allow more individuals to be able to access life-saving surgery for their children. But I urge, however, that the term exceptional circumstances be clearly defined in regulations that a minister can make pursuant to Section 33 of the Parent Act. I would want us to prescribe the medical, financial, and logistical conditions that would trigger this expanded grant. What are these exceptional circumstances? Because you see, vague language invites confusion. It invites inconsistency, and it invites subjectivity. I would also want to now turn to clause 6 of the bill, which inserts sections 21A and 21B. Section 21A empowers the Minister of Health to review, affirm, annul, or vary decisions of the board. Section 21B empowers the minister to unilaterally treat with an application for a grant in urgent and exceptional cases if he is satisfied that the board is unable to meet and that action is required in the public interest. While the intention of those sections are noble, perhaps it adds flexibility, or it was stated to add the flexibility, and yes, to add flexibility. That was what was said by my friends. Those clauses raise some concerns about ministerial overreach and political interference. The Minister of Health is not required to be a medical expert. Yet Section 21A allows whoever is in the shoes of the Minister of Health at the time to overturn the decision made by a multidisciplinary board, a board of qualified professionals. As some have described it, that's a superpower. When we look at 21B, it uses terms like urgent and public interest. Yet these terms are left undefined. Mr. President, if the objective of Section 21A is to provide a sort of expeditious second layer of review of the board, then we should do so responsibly. I am asking, has the government considered perhaps an independent appeals committee that can comprise of professionals including a pediatric specialist, a medical ethicist, a representative of the Children's Authority, and a civil society nominee? That committee can assess the rejected applications through a transparent and expert-driven process. You can legislate for a strict timeline and a truncated timeline that takes into consideration the medical urgencies of these situations. It would also, more importantly, maintain the integrity of the fund while offering families a fair and swift path to appeal. I want to echo the words of the Senator, Dr. Marie, that when she said that ministerial intervention may politicize, and I may be paraphrasing here, but it may politicize a decision-making process. Because we must remember, the Children's Life Fund works, and it works because it's seen as fair, impartial, and medically guided. Let's not compromise that trust. Mr. President, beyond today's bill, I want us to consider the future of the Children's Life Fund a little bit. I'd want us to consider exploring formal partnerships with foreign or overseas hospitals so that we can secure better rates for citizens here. Perhaps we can consider, or we have, and I think the government bench did mention this, building capacity amongst our own medical professionals. And I think it was also mentioned by independent senator. So we are no longer required to go overseas to seek the needed help. I'd want us to look at launching a public education campaign so that families may know what to do. My friends admitted to me that before having to seek the assistance of the Children's Life Fund, they were not even aware of it. They had to be guided by the medical professionals at the hospital. And I would also want us to look at providing mental health and social support to families facing this crisis. Mr. President, it's not an easy thing when your child is in that situation, you know. Even a little cut hurts your heart. Well, it hurts my heart. So I can't even begin to imagine what these families face, knowing that life and death is hanging in the balance. Mr. President, I would want us to build a system that is transparent, efficient, and sustainable. Mr. President, this is not a political debate. This is a moral debate. It is about the value that we place on life, the life of a child. Mr. President, the lives that we save today, we don't know where they'll be tomorrow. One of the children that we save through the Children's Life Fund can be sitting in his very same chambers one day. And with that, I thank you.
Yes. Honorable members, I would like to extend congratulations to Senator Janelle John Bates on her maiden contribution. I now recognize Senator Kenya Charles.
Honorable President, I would first like to take this opportunity to thank the Honorable Prime Minister, Mrs. Kamala Prasad-Bissessar, for allowing me this opportunity to serve my country. I would also like to congratulate you on your appointment as the President of the Senate. We are here today to discuss the amendments of the Children's Life Fund Act. The Children's Life Fund Act, conceptualized and brought to Parliament in 2010 by our Honorable Prime Minister, Mrs. Kamala Prasad-Bissessar, SC, is a statement of her unwavering love for the children. The Children's Life Fund and proposed amendments to this establishing act are designed to save the lives of our nation's children who have very serious illnesses, which either impact on the quality of life or on the duration of their lives. Mr. President, I may not have children of my own as yet, but I have 7 godchildren, the last of which I christened this weekend, and many younger cousins whom I have deep care and love for. I understand the anxiety and trauma parents experience during the most routine medical conditions, such as a common cold or even a fever, giving them sleepless nights and having to rush to emergency rooms at the hospital. I know this because my godson is an asthma patient, and every month or every 2 months, we are in the hospital with him. I know this experience firsthand, Mr. President. So imagine, Mr. President, those who must endure the suffering of a child with a life-limiting illness. Your precious baby boy or girl suffering every day, and you are powerless and unable to do anything about the reality. Sometimes we have to resort to starting a GoFundMe page, pleading to friends and family, the community, and the country to help you raise the funds that is needed to fund your child's medical expenses. Mr. President, it is tiring and an anxious process, hoping that someone in your friend circle knows someone who can call a shot, as we may say, to bring a relief in your predicament. Mr. President, I listened with shock and surprise to the Minister of Health in the other place speak about the time it takes for these applications for assistance to be approved. 70 days, Mr. President, that is too long. How can I, as a parent or any adult, be comfortable with this process? It takes too long for this to be happening, and we need to fix this issue. And should anyone know any way to endure a 70-day process period for a decision that should be made quickly, having regard to seriousness of a child's condition? Mr. President, our innocent babies and our children deserve a treatment to save their lives, and that treatment should be made available promptly. I am in agreement with the proposed amendments to ensure the decisions are made promptly, either by the board or by the minister, if the board is taking too long in circumstances. Mr. President, we as a government must do our best for the nation's children. We must protect them. We must protect their lives. We must ensure that they have every chance to live and grow, reach their fullest potential. We must make sure that sick children are taken care of, and those with those very serious diseases or illnesses, conditions, which the amendments specify in the 3rd schedule, have the best possible chance to live. Mr. President, we in the government have a duty to all these things and to devise the best methods in the circumstances to provide the flexibility, urgency, and for catering as best as we can for the special cases such as serious conditions may arise in the future for consideration. Mr. President, I understand from the minister's speech in the other place that some of these applications for assistance may come to the board of the fund, but may not be available to meet with sufficient agencies, or that they might be unable to form a quorum for one reason or another. We should give the Minister of Health the ability to review these cases, as he mentioned, if the board is unable to meet promptly to consider and determine an application that is time sensitive. I therefore agree with the amendment. An ailing child cannot wait for a board to meet. A decision must be made as soon as possible if the circumstances of a child's condition and prognosis requires it. My second point comes with the changing of the label of conditions covered by the Act from life-threatening illnesses to life-limiting illnesses. Now, I will not try to pronounce all these names the Honorable Minister of Health mentioned, but from doing my own research on these different illnesses, I understand the need for the change. From what I understand, the amendments in Section 3 of the Act creates two-part definition for life-limiting illnesses. Firstly, there must be one of the illnesses listed in the new third schedule for which the required treatment is unavailable at a local medical institution. The minister mentioned a few names that were denied by the board because the child illness did not fall underneath the scope of the Act. Some of these new medical conditions, which propose to be added to the scope of the Act, as I understand it, may not be life-threatening, but may limit a child's mobility and everyday function. The Minister of Health mentioned that in many cases, a child would require a bone marrow transplant, a liver transplant, or kidney transplant, and we do not offer pediatric types of these transplants here in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, if we can fund these treatments and procedures for a child to have a normal life, I do not see any good reason for not widening the scope of the Act to cover those illnesses mentioned by the Minister of Health. Giving a child the opportunity to live a normal life is priceless gift that any parent will appreciate tremendously. Seeing their child running and playing with other children, attending school every day that most kids could do, this is something that any parent will appreciate. And I could just imagine the joy that we will be able to put on these parents, in these parents' life. Mr. President, these amendments are important since they can save the life of a sick child. In all of this, we need to put our children first. The children are the future, and we have come to this Senate with the best amendments that have been devised in the circumstances to improve on revolutionary piece of law in order to give a sick child the best chance of life. Let us do the right thing for these children who are suffering, these innocent children who just want to feel better and feel no pain. These children who from birth, all they know to do is fight, and due to their illnesses. We may watch an adult fight for their lives at times due to sickness, but think about these little humans who from birth are fighting to breathe on their own, fighting to eat on their own, fighting just to be alive in this world. Mr. President, imagine that. From birth, they are fighting to survive, and we have the opportunity to give them the surgery to save their precious lives, and we are taking too long to grant approvals in urgent cases. These children have already been fighting. They have been doing their part. Let us do our part, Mr. President, and ensure that the process can be completed quickly so that no child has to die because of the delays of applications. As I mentioned earlier, I may not have children of my own, but just like my Honorable Prime Minister, the member for Superior, Mrs. Kamala Prasad Bisessa SC, the love we have for the children is unwavering. I stand strong with my colleagues on this side to ensure that the proposed amendments are made so that the Children's Life Fund will operate as fit for its purpose. Never again, Mr. President, should a sick child die because of the delays in making decisions to fund the life-saving procedure. Mr. President, I appreciate the proper use of the time in this chamber. I came here with a specific purpose to speak on this bill and to support the amendments to the Act, and I'm very happy to support this bill. Once again, I salute the visionary leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, Mrs. Kamala Prasad Bisessa, in establishing this Children's Life Fund in the first place, and her wisdom in now moving to improve the Act in the interest of the children of this nation. I thank you, Mr. President.
Honorable members, join me in warmly congratulating Senator Kenya Charles on her maiden contribution, please. I now recognize Senator Francis Lewis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President. Until all have crossed, none have crossed, and some we have to carry. I dare say some of us fall into that category as well. That conviction was articulated by a great Trinidadian, Pat Bishop. The thinking behind this act, I applaud it. It gives hope and practical help to children and families. The bill must be encouraged, and it is a good bill deserving of support. In considering the amendments and the act itself, I think there are two considerations that I had to use in making my evaluation. Let me just step back a moment, Mr. President. When I saw it on the order paper, I felt for a while confusion, not over the moral worth, which has been so very well expressed, of the bill and of its social good. The confusion I felt had to do with how do I separate, as a legislator, my sentiment, my emotions, and goodness gracious, this bill is emotional, deservedly so, from my preferences and the potential for bias, which I think is inherent in all of us. At core, it becomes how do we navigate the tension between competing needs, because this is the first piece of social legislation that I have had to face. I have no doubt that others will at some point be brought before us, and we'd have to decide. So the question is, how do you deal with the tensions of competing needs of equally morally good, ethically good initiatives, but you have limited resources, and you have the responsibility to serve the public good fairly? This forced me to go back to first principles, simply because if I had to consider this bill by itself, never again to consider social legislation, I probably would not have bothered much. But since this has to fit within a milieu of there will be other considerations, what principles will I use in making decisions of this sort? And I came up with 5, and I don't mean to bore, but very, very quickly. I think one is the principle of distributive justice. Why this bill? Why does this, for all of its good and its worth, merit priority over school feeding, over equally good causes? And those are issues we're going to have to face in a place where resources are limited. The second is the principle of beneficence, where we're weighing one good over another. And that's a calculus that's hard at the very best of times. The principle of non-malfeasance. A sick child can have extraordinarily high visibility. There are other equally worthy initiatives that are required that may not have the same visibility. And we may be called upon to make a decision about where should resources go in a place of limited resources, even though you would really like to open your pockets as much as you hope as your hearts can be opened. The principle of stewardship. Number of you, my colleagues, have chatted about the urgency, and rightly so. A life is at stake. However, the urgent need is a pressure that can sometimes get in the way of good long-term thinking. So that I'm required to stand back and be somewhat cool and calculated if I am to be effective, not just in this instance of this morally good bill, but others that will come. And then the last one, I suppose, is the principle and the respect for human dignity and rights, which very Kantian, but it stretches limited resources. In this consideration, I rejected the principle of utilitarianism, which argues for the greatest good for the greatest number. So it would argue very harshly, and I think wrongly, morally wrongly, that if it's 1,000 children, but there are 10,000 others, put resources behind the 10,000 others. I think that that's not an appropriate decision rule. Those were the issues that I struggled with initially. How to ultimately allocate scarce public resources, integrating and dealing with morally weighty issues, where we need to make a decision that is morally grounded. And it's not about choosing a perfect solution. I accept what colleagues have said. We will be faced with laws, none of them are perfect. We do the best we can in the time frame that we have, and simply say, well, we hope for the best, and when we need to make changes, we make it. Which is why there needs to be enough flexibility, yet at the same time, enough consistency to be able to do that. The making a principled, transparent, compassionate decision under uncertainty needs to guide our reasoning and our empathy. And my concern is not this bill, I'll come to that in a minute, but how does this compete with other social legislation that have a legitimate call on resources? In a moment, I'll share where I think I would be coming down. But the other consideration of this bill has to do with its efficiency. I went online, and I have to admit I was feeling more than a little negative, because the latest financials, here is a fund of about $45 to $50 million. These are taxpayers' dollars, and I can't find audited financials. The last set of audited financials were in 2013, 2014. And there may be good reasons for it. I know the authority itself has had difficulty of recruiting the board, getting a CEO. Please, and this is not a criticism of what I'm sure are good people. But as a legislator with a responsibility for the public purse, I have to ask the question, is the money being well spent? What was spent? What does the bank account look like? How do we handle it? And the basics of having audited financials cannot be overstressed. I thought it very fortunate that included in the research package that many of us got, or we all got, was the report by the Joint Select Committee, headed by Dr. Varma Dayal Singh. And I was interested to see he was an independent senator. I thought the report was thoughtful. I found it enormously useful. And even though it's dated November 2021, so it's a few years ago, I would want to believe that it weighed the issues. I thought it was very comprehensive, given what it was trying to do, and I found it very worthwhile in the absence of any other reporting. Certainly public reporting. Now, that report gave me a level of confidence that I did not have until I read it, because it said that the authority is reporting quarterly and annually to the Ministry of Health, and that it has done this consistently. And as far as the committee that looked at it, the Joint Select Committee that looked at it, they felt that they were doing a good job. So I said, okay, good. Some good folks have looked at it, both sides of the House, it was Joint Select Committee, and I could take that as with confidence. So in looking at the fund, I had a number of concerns. These have to do with the amendments. I struggle with the amendment with the minister's authority to review and overturn board rejections. I had a very negative internal reaction to the minister's authority to reject the board's decisions. It just does not stand up to a scrutiny of good governance. I could, at a stretch, understand that in some instance there is a need for urgent action and the minister springs into action because the board can't convene. Everything in the Joint Select Committee report suggested that that has not been an issue. So you're providing a solution to a problem that did not seem to exist. Or maybe I misread the report. But if the committee is, the board of the fund is appointed by the minister, and then that same minister overrules that committee and rejects their decision, I would expect the board to resign. I would expect that very few persons of integrity would want to serve on such a committee, because that's bad governance. I'm being perhaps a little harsh, but you don't do it that way. I understand the concerns. I understand that there may be a sentiment that the minister may feel very deeply. But think back to the principles we discussed. It cannot simply be sentiment, as empathetic as it might be. We have to rely on the good and professional and people who are trained in this area. At some point, they may make bad decisions. They may make a wrong decision. They may make a decision that in hindsight, they themselves would have chosen another way. But that doesn't throw the baby out with the bathwater. We have to believe and trust our systems. I want to invite and ask the government, in considering these amendments, let's get the systems to work rather than put a workaround behind the system. I don't think it builds confidence. Let's build the confidence in the systems. And one of the difficulties with social legislation is that you have to make some hard choices. And sometimes you not get it right. But that's why we're here. In terms of the looking at the institution, and let me just put a little context to that. In my professional life, I work as a consultant, and most of the work I do has to do with how do we move the top line of organizations. So it's an orientation I come to very naturally. So I look at it and I ask, okay, where's the money coming from? If we assume that we have an organization that is well structured, well set up with good people who are spending it well, they could only do as well as the funds that they have. And in looking at that, I said, well, okay, I saw that the majority of the money spent comes from the government, and that's good. That they encourage a number of donations. I noted a number of state corporations were very prominent in that. And let me say, I very much applaud the Prime Minister in her personal donation and her encouragement of her cabinet to contribute to the fund. It is an example well set, and commendations and congratulations for it. But then the thought occurred to me, is there some other way that the fund, now it's not in the organizational structure that I saw in the request for freedom of information, so they gave an org chart, and it's all on the website. It's not there yet, but I thought, if this is a charity, then certainly a purpose of many charities with which I've been familiar, some I've actually set up, is how to raise money. And I'll offer one thought. Now, if this is zany and off the rails, then I'll just ask for the forgiveness of the House through you, Mr. President. But imagine a facility online. Imagine a facility tied to Carnival. We put on the streets something like 300,000 persons for Carnival. The big bands put 150 to 200 persons online, on the streets. People are spending, based on some research I did last year, about $8,000 per costume. I wonder what an appeal to spend 1%, $80. That is just over 10 US. Where it was easy for someone, as they are buying their costume and intending to have a good time, the appeal is made that pulls at the heartstrings and that they put it in. The math is very simple. If you get a third of them to do it, that is 100,000 people. 100,000 people times $80, I'm assuming, is $8 million, which eases the pressure of the government having to continually fund things like this. And don't get me wrong, I think the need for a government, any government, to continue to fund it and fund it well is important and necessary. But we need to look perhaps to other avenues of funding so that the fund lives and has the opportunity to do better. So to wrap up, I would say this is a good bill deserving of support. And subject to appropriate assurances and modifications, I would very much look forward to supporting it. I have, as I said earlier, I have not ever had before to consider social legislation and the balancing, the difficult balancing, moral balancing that it requires. And in coming to a decision, and going through all these, the principle of this and the principle of that, I came to two realizations, which, with your permission, Mr. President, I'd just like to share with the House. Why would I support this? And this is a very short story about starfishes. The story goes this way. A little boy is walking along a very long beach. Imagine Mayaro Manzanilla or even longer. The tide has gone out, and in the process, starfishes are stranded. And the little boy is walking down the beach, bending down, picking up starfishes and throwing them back into the ocean. And there are, I presume, thousands, if not a million, starfish on this very long beach. Coming in the opposite direction is an older gentleman. He's looking at the young man, at what he's doing. And as their paths cross, he turns to the boy and he says, "What are you doing?" And the boy says, "I'm saving starfish." And the older gentleman looked at him and said, "But son, you can't save all of them." Extending his hand to the many, many thousands that are stranded and will die because of low tide. And the little boy bends down and, not trying to be fresh, picks up a starfish, throws it into the ocean and says, "But I saved that one." I suppose that is behind, in part, my decision to support, because we do what we can, when we can. And while nothing is perfect, and we wish we could do plenty more, you are required morally, and I think we are required morally, to support that which is at hand, even if we recognize imperfections in it. And as I came to that conclusion, and how, when we get to a vote, how I will vote, a second thought occurred, and I want to commend the government and commend this idea to the government. There is much that we need to do and fix and improve in our country. And I'm sure we'll have long discussions on that, but we need wins. I'll never forget when a national sports team wins. In fact, forget about playing the game yet. The simple act of solidarity before creates a wonderful sense of spirit. It gives life to that part of our motto that says, "Together we aspire, together we achieve." It works on the together part. This is a bill that allows that kind of win. The creation of a social solidarity. So separate from kids and dealing with life-threatening illnesses and all those other issues, it has a worth that goes well beyond that. And I want to commend the government for that, because I think that's an important thing in the life of any country, because it starts to define who we are and what we stand for. Whatever else may pull us in different directions, there are things that bind us and hold us together. And I thank you for it. Mr. President, thank you very much.
Senator Timal.
Mr. President, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute. to the matter before this Senate. And first of all, let me extend my congratulations to you on your appointment, Mr. President, and to all my senatorial colleagues on their appointment to the Senate, and wish everyone a successful tenure. Mr. President, I've been listening to the debate thus far, and what is coming out clearly is that this debate is being framed in the context of morality, and it is being framed in the context of care for the most vulnerable in our society, and that is our children. So I shudder to think what would be said about a senator who votes against this bill here today. But at the same time, whilst the measures being outlined, whilst the issues being addressed by this bill, I don't think there's any disagreement thus far on the need to address the issues that this bill encapsulates. There will be, and there have been some, and in my contribution, there will be some differences of opinion in terms of the methodology and how we intend to fix these challenges, address these challenges in an effort to make the Children's Life Fund Act much more efficient. The Children's Life Fund Act of 2010 established a critical safety net to provide life-saving medical assistance for children under 18 in Trinidad and Tobago, whose treatment is determined not to be available locally. No doubt, while the fund has saved lives, challenges in implementation, ranging from administrative inefficiencies to equity concerns, have limited its full potential. From the proposed amendments before us in this bill, it seems as though the major inefficiency that this bill seeks to address is the issue of operational flexibility with regards to rejected cases, one, and the fast tracking of emergencies or exceptional cases, the term used in the bill. Of course, lengthy approval times causes delays in processing applications and can be critical in time-sensitive medical cases, reducing the fund's effectiveness in emergency or progressive illnesses. Now, Clause 21A1 grants the minister the power to affirm, annul, or vary the decision of the board if it rejects an application. And in this regard, I want to add my concern to the views expressed by some senators in terms of granting the minister this unilateral discretionary power as encapsulated in this clause, and whether or not it achieves the objective of addressing the issue that needs to be addressed. The question needs to be asked whether there are alternative and potentially more balanced mechanisms for these situations envisaged in these clauses that do not concentrate discretionary power solely in the hands of the Minister of Health. Granting unilateral review authority to the minister can have one or two consequences. It politicizes individual medical cases. It may undermine the independence and credibility of the Children's Life Fund Act Board, and it opens the door to lobbying and favoritism, real or perceived. And in my opinion, it can always, because of this flexibility and power of the minister, it can restrict future possible donations on the basis of trust and credibility. Now, in piloting the bill, the Honorable Parliamentary Secretary, Ministry of Social Development and People Affairs, Senator Chaitan Maharaj, spoke about the need to address procedural rigidity. And if we are to consider addressing procedural rigidity, if this is the only way we can deal with the procedural rigidity, I have not heard in detail what are the procedural challenges that is contained in the Parent Act, and whether or not this is the sole avenue available to us by granting the minister such powers to circumvent or to overcome procedural rigidity, or should we be looking at procedural reform, introduction of other amendments that would grant the life unit and would grant the board the flexibility necessary to deal with this situation. I'm proposing that one possible alternative can be to establish a small, independent Children's Life Fund Appeals Tribunal through legislation or regulation. Composition of this tribunal can be a retired judge or senior attorney as chair, a pediatric healthcare professional not affiliated with the Children's Life Fund Authority, and a social welfare or child advocacy representative. This tribunal can hear appeals from applicants, review decisions based on medical, financial, and procedural criteria, and issue binding or advisory rulings depending on legal framework. This would promote impartiality and objectivity, maintain the integrity of the fund's government structure, and reduce the risk of political interference or perception thereof. An appeals tribunal could be supplemented by the creation of an external medical review committee to assess urgent, complex, or rejected cases. This committee can consist of a panel of maybe 3 to 5 independent pediatric specialists, local and regional or international if needed, and may include specialists from public and private sectors. Its functions can be the review of clinical decisions of differing medical opinions and to recommend whether the case meets the threshold for life-saving intervention. Now, a hybrid model that is maybe most effective, that is initial review by the external medical panel, followed by a procedural review, if needed, by the appeals tribunal. This approach will preserve the authority of the Children's Life Fund Authority, whilst ensuring that rejected cases are met with transparency, medical soundness, and procedural justice. Because although, as we have heard, we're dealing with a moral issue, a highly emotive issue from the contributions we have heard, remember that the Children's Life Fund is public funds, and transparency, accountability, and equity has to be the hallmarks of the administration of this fund. Clause 21B1 provides, it says, notwithstanding any other provision of this act, the minister may in urgent or exceptional circumstances consider and treat with an application for a grant if the minister is satisfied and certain reasons are stated here, that the board is unable to meet for any reason. Action is required in the public interest. Now, there are no proposed amendments to the interpretation in the Parent Act to include for terms like public interest and exceptional circumstances. And I feel this is so broad, it is so subjective, and we are putting the minister in a situation where the range, where decision-making has to be made in a widely subjective environment. And I think legislation along the lines of such wide-ranging, broad powers needs to be carefully looked at and should have been addressed in the interpretation of the Parent Act, or hopefully that the minister would be addressing this in the regulations that is allowed for in the Parent Act. Now, another possible option to this powers of the minister is the establishment, I'm suggesting, of a statutory emergency medical review panel. This panel can be composed of 3 to 5 independent pediatric or emergency medical specialists appointed by the president, medical board, or cabinet-approved nominations. The panel will be activated when a case meets defined urgent or exceptional criteria. Its role will be to assess the medical urgency and recommend immediate approval to the Children's Life Fund Act Board. Panel decisions could be logged and reported monthly to the full board for transparency. Now, this panel can be convened within 24 to 48 hours. So the question of urgency and emergency and the time that we are concerned about would be addressed. So it ensures speed within 24 to 48 hours. Transparency would be high with documented, defensible decision paths as compared to a unilateral decision of a minister. Checks and balances would be highly present with such an emergency review board, rather than the absence of checks and balances that would reside with the minister in this particular instance. Medical integrity would be preserved. Now, the fact that the current minister is a medical doctor, in my view, is not relevant here when we speak about medical integrity. For what about the future? There's no guarantee that future ministers would be medical professionals, particularly in the field of pediatric care. So that, to me, does not apply. Public trust would be preserved and reinforced, whereas with the minister, there is potential for undermining of public trust. And we need to bear in mind that the fund depends on contributions from the public. And we heard from Senator Francis Lewis that we need to grow the fund. This fund has to become sustainable. I mean, the government, yes, it's a noble thing for the government to continue being a major contributor to this fund. But the responsibility lies in growing the fund, and contributors' confidence would only grow if there are very clear avenues for accountability, for showing transparency and accountability. And I'm afraid this clause 21B, jeopardizes that aspect of it. Now, there are other factors, I think, impacting on this fund that are not covered by the amendments. And, Mr. President, it has been mentioned to some extent by other speakers. But just to endorse and to elaborate, I think Senator Dr. Murray would have mentioned in her contribution a lot of it. But I think we all understand that the application process could prove to be difficult for some parents or guardians, because it requires a lot of navigating the paperwork and the requirements, including obtaining certified medical reports, cost estimates from overseas institutions, and other official documentation. Now, this discourages timely submission, because if somebody is really ill, child is really ill, the length of time it takes to come up with this with this information, particularly for low-income families, could be fairly discouraging. and the long processing times jeopardize health outcomes in urgent cases. The bill is trying to address this, but I haven't heard any mention of what improvements could be made procedurally to improve the flexibility of the application process. I have not heard this thus far, whether we are looking to streamline or digitize the application process with strong support systems. Now, there's also a need to establish a triage protocol for urgent and emergency applications if there is none in place. This is normal practice in emergency conditions. Triage protocol is there to deal with emergencies in which you're competing for the same resources and decisions have to be made in what is more critical and where those resources should go. I think Senator Lewis did elaborate a bit on that. But we should be considering introducing, through the regulations or through the improvements we are looking at, for a triage protocol for urgent and emergency applications. It reduces the burden on the minister to start with, and it would reduce also, even if you have the special review committee that I'm suggesting, it reduces the burden on that committee and the workload. Now, the other thing, and Senator Dr. Murray spoke about this, is many cases are referred overseas due to limited pediatric specialist services in Trinidad and Tobago. And this reflects a broader systemic issue in healthcare investment and development. Now, one of the key things in national development is sustainability. In fact, that is a pillar of development moving forward. Sustainability. And if we are not using, yes, the fund is a disbursement of money to those in need who cannot afford it. But if we are to capitalize on that investment in a sustainable manner, funding treatment abroad should be analyzed. Cases should be diligently investigated. And the lessons that we learn coming out of that exercise, we should bring those lessons into our local healthcare system. And those lessons should help to shape our national development regarding health, and in particular addressing the health concerns of our children. And the need to send children abroad reflects systemic deficiencies in local pediatric healthcare. So whilst we are expending money for treatment abroad, at the same time, we have to make sure that the lessons that are being learned from the cases, that we could imbibe those lessons in our local system to upgrade and to put our health system on a more sustainable basis, rather than, disbursing monies for overseas treatment. Now, the reason I say that is because I do not think there is any structured mechanism to use overseas cases as learning opportunities for local health professionals and to channel data from fund cases into long-term planning for pediatric specialty services. Fellowship programs can be developed for local doctors to gain specialized training, and the fund should be linked to national health development goals, mandating a report on lessons learned from overseas cases. Mr. President, I have circulated amendments, proposed amendments that would like to be considered in terms of the alternative options that I've outlined in my contribution, and I look forward to the committee stage of this bill. And I thank you.
Yes, Senator Faris Alwari.
Mr. President, may I start by offering you the warmest congratulations on making history. I believe that you're the first person to ever sit both as Speaker of the House and as President of the Senate, and I congratulate you, sir, on what is an historical record. You've spent many, many years in this Parliament, and I think we are warm to have you in that seat. Congratulations, sir. May I congratulate the Honorable Parliamentary Secretary, the Honorable Senator, for her maiden contribution and for a very measured delivery of what is very much an important and heartfelt piece of legislation. Senator Francis mentioned the fact that this is social legislation. And I think the Honorable Senator is very right. Perhaps it's very fitting on an occasion like this to start parliamentary positions such as this. In fact, 14 years and 3 months ago, I think, and 5 months ago, I did my first debate in this House. And I think it was second debate, and I think it was very much on this very law, the Children's Life Fund. And perhaps it is fitting to recognize that this is landmark legislation. I have very often in previous life and in practice in this Parliament complimented the Leader of the Opposition, then now Prime Minister for the second term, on what I thought was landmark legislation and certainly deserving of commendation and publicly so. So I join in congratulating the member for Siparia, now the Prime Minister, in that piece of law, which I have on many occasions prior said is very good law. Mr. President, I propose to dive into a few issues. Any law that we debate really is to examine mischiefs. What is the mischief that we're here to deal with? We've traversed them, so I'll be succinct in recounting. It's the terminology, the access point mischief, that is life-threatening versus the lesser standard of, the quality of life issues that we're looking at, life-limiting. We're looking at the administrative access and how we can speed it up. And we're looking at something which perhaps members have not quite reflected on, which is a very large mischief for those who practice in the state. And that is the cost of appeals off of decisions that go wrong. I'll come to these in greater detail as I go along. The second point is that I think that we're bound to look at the harmonizing of law. There's the harmony in the Parent Act with the bill, which I propose to address. And then, of course, there's the harmonization of this law with other laws that treat with children and social issues. I propose to address that as well. I think it is incumbent upon us in seeking to find a good law and an agreement and accord in the Senate to also look at the process of application, the administrative workings and process in the law. After all law is either prescriptive or framework, but it always ends up being prescriptive through the benefit of regulations and other processes. I think we must also look at the issue of proportionality, and that has to deal with the constitutionality and how we can deal with mechanisms if we propose amendments on this floor and they are accepted that would meet with proportionality and that muster. We have, of course, touched the issues of the local province versus that of the foreign. We have looked in terms of issues across the floor today at the issue of the schedule, the aspect of appeals and reviews. Indeed, I'll propose to address the issue of finality of appeals. I do believe that we need to address the issue of statutory instruments because there is a rhythm in law as to how statutory instruments qualify for consideration, which I think is important to this debate. I think we must go into a smaller reflection that then leads to a larger one, and that's on the issue of means testing, which is the whole debate between gross and net income parameters. There is the issue of contribution, charity, and that whether it meets under the Corporation Taxes Act and other aspects for that, so that you can have greater access to funding. And then, of course, there's the issue of the mechanism by which we review things. So permit me to get straight into the debate on the bill and to the parent law in particular. Mr. President, the first clause proposes, the first clause of attention is clause 2 and 2A. And in it, we're looking at section 3 of the Parent Act. That's the definition section. The first point, which touches on harmony, if you look to the definitions clause in Section 3 of the Parent Act, I think it is important to note that in reviewing this law, which I think is commendable, I think it's something that we should do, and perhaps I should stick a pin here. In the 9 years plus that I spent in this parliament, I did not have cause, certainly when I was Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, to review this law, because there was no occasion on which it came forward by way of recommendation, other than reflections in the Joint Select Committee that considered the Children's Life Fund, which came smack before COVID hit us in a large way. Perhaps there should have been an exhortation from the Ministry of Health for a review on this particular point, but suffice it to say, the law has worked well for the last 15 years. It is in need of position reform. I'd be very interested if, in wind up, the Honorable Parliamentary Secretary could provide us with the data as to what exactly is the access difficulties in life-threatening and how that portrayed. I'm aware of one matter in litigation where that portrayed. I won't go into that because I don't believe it appropriate to refer to families that have been through tragedy and the tragedy of litigation as examples, particularly when names are called. Get to Section 3 of the Act, look at Clause 2 and Clause 2A. The harmonization point jumps at me. Beneficiary in the Parent Act means an unmarried person under the age of 18 who is eligible to receive a grant to access medical treatment under this Act. I would remind, and perhaps the drafters are going to catch this, that we have to harmonize our laws in line with the Children's Act, and the Children's Act specifically defines a child as someone who's under 18. If this definition is to stand, and we're looking at eligibility, because eligibility attaches to someone who at the time of the application is a child, meaning you're under 18 years old. So I do think that we no longer need the definition of unmarried persons, because that does not apply. We abolished the law of child marriage back in 2016, 2017. I think that we need to harmonize that law. But it takes me to a very important point in this bill, and that is when we're looking at the beneficiaries. It is important to remember there is a mischief to be looked at in who accesses the process of application. Right now in the law, it's described as the parent or legal guardian or social worker. And the children's legislation recognizes somebody as a person with responsibility for the child. And I direct you, Mr. President, to the definition of responsibility in the Children's Act, Chapter 4601, and that is including a person. Responsibility includes custody, charge, care, and control. Why is this important? One of the access points is to avoid a legal guardian being a requirement for access, when in our society, persons with responsibility for the child, as encapsulated in our Children's Act 2012, Chapter 4601, we rarely deal with people who are responsibility for the child. So I'd encourage the drafting team to do as we did with all of the children's legislation, capture the definition of child, capture the definition of person with responsibility for child, by including the definition of responsibility into Section 3 of the Act by virtue of a proposed amendment to Clause 2 and Clause 2A of the bill. Mr. President, when we get to the definition in the bill of life-limiting illness, I don't want to be guilty of any repetition, but I must mark the point that I too share concern with the listing in Schedule 3. The rule is that the law ought to continuously speak. Now it's axiomatic, it's trite that we use schedules because we are balancing interests. So in the social dynamic of balancing, I mean, $1.5 million is 10 to 100 houses at the Housing Village Improvement Program, depending upon how you do repairs or positions. It's 500 people in $3,000 a grant in social grants. So the balancing act, I too agree that we should not ascribe to the utilitarian principle of law in this instance, is something to be had. But when you look to life-limiting illnesses, I do take the exhortations and recommendations of Senator Murray, Dr. Murray, in preferring something which continues to speak the way the original law did, because the original law did not involve the use of a schedule, and allowed for the wide liberty of the law to speak and to continue to speak by dealing with life-threatening, leaving it to the discretion of that specialist unit created in the authority. So I certainly do recommend, I had come up with my own version of what the definition should be, but I must defer to those with by far more experience than I am in what the medical terminology looks like. And I was very attracted to the terminology offered by Senator Dr. Murray. Mr. President, in this definition as proposed in the bill, we see the requirement, if you look at it, Part B, the required treatment for which is unavailable at a local medical institution. There is an elephant in the room, because later on, and in the piloting by the Honorable Parliamentary Secretary, the reference was to the use of this life fund for foreign access. Even though in the bill there's a reference to a foreigner coming to do it locally, that is provide medical treatment, there is a question which must be asked and answered. Can the Children's Life Fund, in light of how it has been piloted, in light of the amendments here, be used to pay a private institution locally to carry out the work, to carry out the treatment for that condition? That being a term which I also agree with, thanks to Senator Dr. Murray, that a condition is by far a better term to use than illness, particularly when you go to statutory interpretation in the event that you get to court. So the whole issue of the Children's Life Fund being used to pay for private medical treatment locally is a very real question. Not just bringing doctors in from abroad to work here, but using local practitioners at private medical healthcare institutions here. Why? Because by sending them abroad, there is this interpretation offered that somehow the foreign doctor is better than the local doctor, and we're paying for private medical treatment abroad. Therefore, in an equality of treatment locally, in light of these amendments, I must ask, are we excluding local private institutions that are offering for fee? Because that's what this is. The Children's Life Fund is for the benefit for fee. We must turn our attention to Life Unit in Section 3 of the Act, and therefore in Clause 2 and Clause 2A, because the Life Unit is really one of the mischiefs. We are told in the piloting of this law that there is a problem, there is an access problem. We are invited in the bill to have a look in Clause 6 by the introduction of Clause 21B. This is a new Section 21B in Clause 6. And listen to what it says. Notwithstanding any other provision of this act, the minister may, in urgent and exceptional circumstances, consider and treat with an application for a grant. This is not an appeal. This is a fresh application. But the law, with this introduction, does not prescribe the method by which you get to the minister, because there is no process in the law, prescriptive or even framework, where we say, if you want to make an application to the minister, how do you do it? And therefore the rationality of process and therefore the proportionality becomes relevant in the debate, particularly when the method by which you complain has been said to be, in this debate coming by members in the government, that you're afforded the opportunity of judicial review. Judicial review is an extremely expensive and time-consuming prospect. Do you review the minister for not taking you on? Do you review the Children's Authority, the Children's Life Fund? How do you review? Must be set up from a process point of view. So the minister's involvement ex proprio motu has to be defined. How do you get there? How do you trace the process? Was there a rationality or an irrationality? Was there negligence in the consideration of the application? All of that is germane. Now, let me say up front, in jumping to some of the issues, I am a fan, and I propose that we consider a review tribunal. We've done it before. If you look to the law in 2016 in the Public Procurement Act, you look to Act number 5 of 2016 in sections 51A through 51M, as in Mike, you will see that the establishment of a review tribunal is the appropriate thing. In other jurisdictions, there is peer review. So the law as it's currently drafted allows for a life unit. A life unit works in the authority. The authority is established. The life unit is comprised of persons who volunteer. Those volunteers conduct financial and medical assessment. But the bill proposes we jump directly to the minister, no life unit, or if there is a rejection by the life fund, life unit, which goes to the board and the board says no, then you go to the minister. But, Mr. President, it is prudent to limit the very large mischief of judicial review, which is very expensive for the state and time-consuming for those who wish to apply, and very expensive for persons who wish to apply, bearing in mind they must go for leave for judicial review. Then they get judicial review in the High Court. Then they go to the Court of Appeal. Then they go to the Privy Council. This law, if we're looking to amend it, and I commend the principle, the thought, the intent behind it, really ought to be one of those laws where we exceptionally say that the review is final in Trinidad and Tobago. We have umpteen examples of that. You look to the Representation of the People's Act, you look to the Planning Act, you look to the Central Statistics Act. There are a number of pieces of law where we have the opportunity to say that the review in terms of legislative steps taking us to the court shall be ended at a particular point, and why not in Trinidad and Tobago? Therefore, I propose it is prudent for us to establish the process of getting to the minister if it is going to be a fresh application, concurrent or in default of the Children's Life Fund, considering it, or if there is an appeal, any one of those circumstances, go to, if you don't want to go to the life unit, which I think is broad enough to be used as it is, because we don't specify in the law the number of people that are volunteers, life unit panel number A, life unit panel number B, life unit panel number C. We don't hear from the government the proposal that we use peer review via the chief medical officer, a public officer above the range of range 54. The chief medical officer could easily be the reviewing officer. Or if that is not attractive to you and you want to take the approach of finality, use a review panel similar to that in the legislative construction that we did in the Public Procurement Legislation Act number 5 of 2016. Establish that, but then, very importantly, use the mechanisms upheld by the Privy Council in judgment Zachary De Silva versus the Licensing Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. And that was a judgment given on the 25th of June, 2024 by the Privy Council. And the Privy Council upheld another amendment, which is another one which I did, which is an amendment to the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act, where an appeal, in this case for an appeal against a demerit point, went directly to the Court of Appeal. So it is open to us using the existing laws, harmonizing the existing laws around us to address that mischief of judicial review and the cost and expense, which takes care of delay and takes care of time, which takes care of the need for finality. Why not say, take the life unit, either take it to a peer review under the CMO's auspices. If you don't want a peer review under the auspices, take it to a tribunal, set up the tribunal in the parent law using the example of the Public Procurement Law, sections 51A through M as an example in Act number 5 of 2016. Include that and then use the backbone of the Privy Council rationale in Zachary De Silva, that is 24 UK PC 17 for the citation. Use that backbone and say that any appeal from the tribunal must go directly to the Court of Appeal and that its decision shall be final. Then we are taking care of closing the door on administrative delays. Then we are taking care of the abuses of the system. Because Mr. President, I can tell you, having administered law in this country and litigation, leave for judicial review is expensive in some instances. The time frame that is involved is particularly onerous. What time is full time, Mr. President?
$3:38.
Thank you very much. I've only just started. Lord help me with time. Mr. President, if we get to clause 3, and we go to the considerations around section 4 of the Act, we refer to charity. It's something that Senator Lewis raised a little while ago. But when you get, Mr. President, to the considerations of the Corporation Tax Act, Chapter 7502, Section 61G as in golf, the question of having the charity actually registered as a charity makes a difference. And therefore, a proposal could be that we pause amendments to Section 4 of the Act, which is referred to by Clause 3 of the bill, and treat with the issue of charity known as the Children's Life Fund, and to ensure that that is in fact put into effect. I think that there is a need for an amendment to the functions of the authority, because there is an omission as to the ability to pay. We say that they should collect and invest funds, but we don't say pay out. That authority really ought to be there. As a matter of fact, they do it. But you know, sometimes on review, you can spot something that is open to challenge. And I think that the function, because there's no catch-all functionality expressed in Section 4 of the Act, I think we either need to insert the mechanism to pay as a function of the authority, or we put a catch-all phrase inside of there. I note in Section 5 of the Parent Act, we no longer have a senior public officer nominated by the minister with responsibility for Tobago affairs, because we don't have a Tobago affairs minister. And therefore, it may be appropriate to speak to that in more general terms, so that the interests of Tobago in the public service, this was obviously to capture the TRHA in Tobago to treat with their positions. I think that it probably is time as well, in keeping with harmonization again, harmony, that we look to amend subsection 4 of Section 4 of the Act. I don't think that there's necessarily a need for a continuing denial of 4 years in aggregate for service as the chairman. We did several amendments in the last Parliament removing those consecutive sitting positions, and I'd recommend it in consideration in review as the honorable members opposite consider. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, Section 9, which is treated with by Clause 4. Section 9 of the Act proposes that we insert that the board shall, in subsection F, review where appropriate, approve or reject applications. This cannot be what the government intends, because they're proposing that the minister has a right of review, but the minister can't pay himself or herself. The minister would have to refer it to the board, would have to refer it to the Children's Life Fund, would have to refer it to the authority, and therefore, if there is a variation in keeping with the amendments proposed, the word reject cannot stand without the introduction of the word vary, to keep it in harmony with the proposals submitted by the government. When we look to the positions of Section 11 and Section 12 and Section 13, Section 11 and 12, which tie into the ministerial input that comes in Clause 6, which is the introduction of a new Section 21, A and B. You're going to have to look at Sections 11 and 12 of the Act, because the board shall appoint an employee, which is its secretary, and we have defined principles of making preparations to attend board meetings, prepare minutes, carry out such other secretarial duties, but it does not include now the obligation to inform the minister of urgencies. So it does not assist the minister in the power created where we give the minister the right ex proprio motu to come up with a grant of himself or herself. So therefore you'd have to put the springboard procedural flow from the secretary, which is contained in Section 12 of the Act. If you get to Section 13, again back to harmony, I think it more appropriate to look at the modern language that we use for conflicts of interest, and that is that you make a declaration as soon as you become aware of it, because it may be something that you hadn't become aware of at a particular point in time. If you get to Section 14 of the Act, the minister may give the board in writing specific directions. Well, it is at Section 14.2 that the drafters have to be looking at Section 26, Section 21 as we put it in. Section 21B, the ex proprio motu, a clause, that is the minister acting of his own volition without an application coming from the Children's Life Fund, which is either coming to him from the Life Fund by way of an appeal or otherwise, that has to tie back into Section 14 of the Act if we're going to make sense of the amendments when reading the law as a whole. If we get to Section 15, and you look here at the CEO's absence in emergencies and the fact that you can appoint an alternative, well, is it perhaps that all that we need to do if we want to catch the legitimate aim that the government comes with today, which we support, do we just need to specify alternatives? Because if one of the mischiefs is that the minister needs to act in expediency because the board is not available, the life unit is not available, all that we need to do in a process map is to say, let the life unit sit in panels A, B, C, D, and let that panel consider with the medical expertise, because it reduces the government's liability for negligence and reduces the chances of absurdity being the finding or irrationality on judicial review. Mind you, my recommendation is get rid of judicial review completely. Take one bite of the cherry, which is a review panel or a peer review, take it to the Court of Appeal and end the story. That way you would have finality and exigency and expediency happening in law. Mr. President, if you look to Section 18, Section 17, you'll see again the whole position of volunteers and alternatives coming up. This is the life unit. That is where the prescription can happen. If you look to Section 16, the Chief Executive Officer shall be responsible for, look at subsection C, giving effect to the decisions of the board. The drafters have forgotten to include the decisions of the minister. So you must amend Section 16 of the Act if you want to even keep with the legislative aim of the bill. You have to go to Section 16 and include the direction of the minister, because the minister is not paying out of any fund himself or herself. Indeed, no minister would want to do that. You would want to have the board do it. It's the Children's Life Fund. It's from that fund. I mean, how the minister couldn't instruct without somebody receiving, and therefore the secretary must be the receiver in law of the instructions. But there is no amendment to Section 16 to speak to that, Mr. President. Section 18, you must add person with responsibility for the child. It cannot be that you can only receive applications for grants from a parent, legal guardian, or medical social worker. Why? Because that's going to involve a process of having a determination of being a guardian, which is an application to the court itself. The family law has grown up in this country under the Children's Act in the amendments that I piloted in 2016 and 2018 to include the person with responsibility for the child as is contained in the Children's Act. Forgive me for racing, but I'm very mindful of time, Mr. President. Mr. President, Section 19 jumps out at me. But before I get there, Section 18, which is Clause 4A. Best care plan from accredited health institutions. That may very well be a problem. Is it appropriate at this point to define what accredited means? Senator Vera mentioned a little while ago the considerations under the dental profession legislation, where accredited becomes a problem because the law is archaic and needs to be amended. In fact, I had received some amendments in another capacity, but the Dental Council was still in consideration there. So the issue of accredited flags now, is it another stumbling block that we need to pay attention to? It appears again in subsection C. When we look to the amendment coming in at subsection C, where we repeal and we replace subsection C by this bill, the accredited healthcare institution capable of providing relevant care and beneficial outcomes consistent with international best practice, whether that care is provided for, 1, at a foreign institution, or 2, by foreign medical specialists from foreign institutions in a local private or public hospital. We have clean left out the payment to a local private health institution by locals. So we are legislating the exclusion of local doctors in the private healthcare. And we're saying, go and pay somebody abroad just because they're there. Foreign is better. If we're going to specify a new subsection C, in particular Roman 2, by a foreign medical specialist from a foreign institution in a local private or public hospital, we must treat with the local practitioners in the private healthcare facility. After all, aren't we looking to develop medical tourism by way of diversification and other factors. This, unfortunately, and I think quite innocently, I don't ascribe anything pejorative to the government in making this reference here, but it excludes the local practitioner and the local private healthcare institution completely.
Clearly.
We've legislated them out. If you look to section 19, again, I'm looking at the is unmarried and under the age of 18 years at the time of the application. There is no circumstance where a national of Trinidad and Tobago could be married and under the age of 18. And therefore, perhaps we ought to take the opportunity to refresh that law as we amended that in 2016 and 2017. Here is the fly in the ointment, section 19. Medical expenses that exceed 25% of the income of the family, we must treat. Here is the valuable opportunity. I commend the government on coming on this law today. But I think here is where we need to look at what the net income is, such that they cannot afford. Because you may have people who are on paper asset rich, but in actually poor. And in strictures and circumstances where we could probably be having a denial of equality of interest, an equality of access, which is why I mentioned proportionality and constitutionality, lest we infringe on sections 4 and 5 of the Constitution, in that people in similar circumstances ought to be treated similarly, and there ought to be equality of treatment in law. So I genuinely and respectfully suggest to the Honorable Parliamentary Secretary and the government that we must look at this. I fear that litigation will unearth and reveal an inequality of treatment argument, which we must treat within law. Mr. President, I see I have perhaps 15 seconds. 21B, let me just say to this, subsection E. The question begs, how does the minister get the application? Section 21, we're looking at the chances of survival of the applicant, but in the context of life limiting, that becomes otiose. Therefore, an amendment to section 21 must be had as well. As I must end, I believe this is full time. No, not 3:30. 3:38. Oh, thank you for the relief. I was rushing. Let me expand on section 21. Thank you, Senator Roberts, for your levity. I'm glad that you're well. I understand you had an accident. Good to see him in good position. Section 21 of the Act says the life unit shall undertake the clinical and financial assessment. This underscores the danger in exposing a Minister of Health, the obligation, if there's no prescription, to be the arbiter under section 21B, as we now propose pursuant to clause 6, of the financial and clinical assessment. It is dangerous, most respectfully. The aim is legitimate, it's well-intentioned. I fear that we've not looked at it in the way that I think we ought to. I think, and I honestly recommend to the drafters, through the Honorable Attorney General, that we have a look at the clinical and financial assessment criterion of the life fund unit, the life unit, being absent in the context of the minister. We must insulate the minister from attack, Mr. President, by clothing that minister with a review panel, with a peer review system, if necessary, through the use of the chief medical officer and alternatives. But because the life unit is not prescriptively limited to numbers in the parent law, there is an option to empanel the life unit, one as a standard unit and one as a review unit. We can do that. We can establish 2 life units, one for review purposes if we didn't want to be creating structures which are going to be expensive and cumbersome administratively. There is absolutely no objection to the minister on recommendation of the board in principle having an uplift of 1.5 million, save that it is in exceptional circumstances and without the benefit of peer review or tribunal review. And therefore that constitutes a danger in the decision-making process, which is ripe for judicial review, particularly if you don't limit the finality of process. I don't believe that you ought to have several bites at the cherry in a circumstance like this. Let me explain what I mean. You can have a freedom of information request, which is then met with leave for judicial review, then High Court, then Privy Council. Apart from that, you can then go for judicial review, which starts with leave for judicial review, On its own, that's the decision of the decision maker. Leave, judicial review in the High Court, Court of Appeal, Privy Council. You can sidestep all of those things if you go to a review mechanism, legislatively built out, prescriptively so, even framework. There's an opportunity to be precise, as we did in the public procurement law. Say that any appeal from that goes straight to the Court of Appeal and end the story, finality of appeal. I refer you to the precedent and judgment of Zachary De Silva in the Privy Council case, as it stands as excellent authority for that purpose. It's what we did in the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act, where demerit points went straight to the Court of Appeal. Mr. President, the danger of action is required in the public interest in light of the processes of the light unit just don't make sense. It's dangerous. It's dangerous for the officers involved in the process, and I genuinely invite better attention to that so that we can limit the risks of review that are expensive. Mr. President, let's go to, while we're at it, Section 26 of the Act. The assets of the Children Life Fund shall not be invested except in assets specified in Schedule 2. Actually, what is set out in Schedule 2 does not constitute assets within the meaning of law. They really are investments. Perhaps if you wanted to make a better purpose of this, it would say shall not invest it unless it is approved by the central bank or approved by the Ministry of Finance in investment structures, because an asset is limited in meaning in law. So a bond is not necessarily an asset. A bond may create yields. The equity market is different from the asset of real property. I think that the use of the word asset is limiting if you want to take Senator Lewis's point and to come up with a structure that allows you to invest money, taking a look at the charitable purpose as well. Notwithstanding any law to the contrary, Section 27, the authority and the Children's Life Fund are not subject to any tax. I think if we want to build out the establishment of the charity, but we have not had reference to the Corporation Taxes Act, I think it would be useful in Section 27 to consider, and all donations made shall be considered for charitable purpose, so that you can have the benefit of tax benefits provided. Mr. President, if we look to Section 33, which is the regulations, and Section 32, which is the order, I certainly came prepared to discuss the point of notification. Senator Vera has raised it. Senator Timal has raised it. I don't believe that notification is appropriate because it is not a statutory instrument reflected upon in Chapter 301, which is the Interpretation Act, to allow for the benefits of interpretation as you would have from the Interpretation Act. And therefore, it falls short of the mark. Perhaps one could look at an order by negative resolution, etc., to at least have the 42 days and review mechanisms done, particularly because it is such an important aspect. I want to remind in Section 33 of the Act that we amended Section 63 of the Interpretation Act, which treats with what the penalties are on breaches of regulations, and I think we should have some regard to that. If you look to Schedule 1, you will see that the schedule itself needs to be amended, where references to legal guardian, medical, social worker, and parent do not include person with responsibility for the child. So an applicant who was not a parent, who didn't have the benefit of a court order as a legal guardian, who doesn't have a medical social worker, but who has a person who's responsible for him or her as a child, would have to go to court and become a legal guardian. You'd have to have perhaps guardian ad litem or for other purposes, or committee of a patient or some other mechanism, which is expensive in law and in court. Again, I refer to Schedule 2, which springs from Section 26, the approved investments of the Children's Life Fund. You notice these are not assets as described in the parent law. And lastly, I come to Schedule 3. Schedule 3, I genuinely think ought to be removed. I think we ought to go instead with a definition of life-threatening, which is like of a condition, forgive me, away from life-threatening, which would allow the law to continue to speak and which would perhaps meet with the legislative aim. In conclusion, I say I wholeheartedly congratulate the government on bringing this piece of law. I do think that there's a very good legislative aim on the table. I'm happy to lend support to it. I think most respectfully that we have quite a lot of work to do to tidy this up. And I know for sure, having worked with the drafters for 9 years, that they know exactly what I mean. Thank you, Mr. President.
Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me first of all take this opportunity, as some news has just come to hand, that a citizen who was involved in an accident in which I was hit from behind in the wee hours of Saturday morning, that a passenger in the car that hit me has passed. So I want to offer condolences to his family, friends, and so on, and ensure that people and citizens using the nation's roads, we do so with more care and consideration. And it's quite fitting that we are here debating Children's Life Fund, because right now we understand how precious life is. A healthy young individual enjoying life, and he's just gone because of an accident on the roadways. So condolences to his family and friends. I must say to Senator Dr. Desiree Murray, it's the first time I've heard in public in this parliament, reading newspapers or editorials, someone in a position of power telling the Honorable Prime Minister Kamala Persad-Bissessar that the law that came from her mind, her heart, her body and spirit came from a place of empathy, compassion, and care. And you put it on Hansard, and I thank you for that, because it has been a long time, and I was always wondering, how come we in Trinidad and Tobago are simply unable to say, well done? I heard the Honorable Senator Senator Al-Rawi, former Attorney General, saying that he has said so many times. If he has said, I'll apologize to him, but I certainly didn't hear it at any time. Today I hear it. So maybe being in this place and not downstairs has led to some humility on the part of the former Attorney General. The former Attorney General, I must say, he came up to the Senate, and his first point I said was actually making some sense. And I was shocked, because for years I'd been listening. All over, downstairs, upstairs, all around, and I've never found anything that I agree with him with. But I think that he made a good point about, in Trinidad and Tobago, the people who have responsibility for the child should also be able to apply on the child's behalf. So I would say that was a good point made by the former Attorney General, but then he returned to his normal position. He returned to his normal behavior, his normal level of understanding, because he went into an 8-minute diatribe on judicial review. Now, the mere fact that I'm listening to an Attorney General who lost more judicial reviews than probably all Attorneys General before is really interesting. But he went on to then say that we need to remove, why do we give the minister? And in the minister, anyone who understands how government works, the minister has in the Ministry of Health a cadre of qualified people who have experience and are qualified in the field of medicine. And if the minister, an issue is brought from the board of the Children's Life Fund to the minister, and the minister overturns that decision in order to provide the child with life-saving surgery and funding, I don't understand, why would they appeal? Why would you appeal when you've just been given something, you've just been approved, you're moving forward, your child's life could be saved? I don't think anybody is going to review the decision of the minister in that form or fashion. And if it were the same, if the minister agreed with the judicial board and denied or agreed with the denial, then the normal process will take place, and the citizens can go to the courts and seek judicial review. So again, the Attorney General wasted 8 minutes and then said he had to rush because he really wasted his time. the former Attorney General. I thought it was, for a moment there, I thought it was a Latin class, that maybe he should be a Latin professor, because the amount of Latin that he spoke there without making sense really worried me. I thought it was Keith Sobian or Ramesh Lawrence Maraj or Anthony Smart or Carl Hudson Phillips. Then, alas, I realized it was former Attorney General Al-Rawi, who had been the Attorney General for 7 out of 9.5 years. And if you were just a tourist coming here to sit in this Senate, you would believe that this gentleman never saw government. He was not in the cabinet. He was not the Attorney General, because he knew this law was there. It was there. He said he did his first debate in the Senate in 2010. He debated this bill. So he was there at the beginning. He was there during. He did nothing, but comes here today to talk and to analyze and give us advice on what should be done and what should be drafted and what. That is an amazing feat. But when you had the responsibility, you sat there and did nothing, and children were suffering. To listen to the former Attorney General talk about process, when this is the Attorney General who signed an indemnity with a witness in a criminal matter, usurping the authority of the DPP.
This is not a substantive motion on me. It's on a bill. I haven't even heard one clause yet. The greatest of respect. Let's get on with it.
All right, well, let us. Just continue, but we do not want to get into any kind of situation where I'll have to pull the blue book or the green book.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay. So let us move on. It's upper, sir, but I am debating the honorable member. He came here and he spoke. He gave us a lecture on process.
This is not a debate about honorable members. He just said, as he well knows, it's a debate on a bill before us. Can we at least have a clause? 46.1.
All right, let us not get carried away at this time. And please, when we are rising, just rise on your point of order, refer to your point of order, take your seat. I don't want no explanation. I don't want no narration. I think I this thing long enough. So let us not get into too much crosstalk and personal imputations, personal reflections. Let us not get into that. Please. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Mr. President. I sat quietly and listened, but we're also moving right along. Some honorable senators over there, including the last speaker, spoke about the time that it would take and other mechanisms other than allowing the minister to do an appeal. Now, if we get into the tribunal, like Senator Diurup Timal said, and we get into the president appointing a tribunal and stating that it would be appointed and it will work within 24 to 48 hours. We live in Trinidad and Tobago. What do we know of that gets working in 24 to 48 hours? Absolutely nothing. So this is children's lives. We've thought about all these issues, and the quickest thing to do is to have the minister and the qualified ministry officials go through the decision, read the reports, call an expert, get a second opinion, and make a decision. Because we've seen where a child has lost his life when the process was going through its snail pace. So we cannot afford that. Furthermore, we're talking about cost. I heard an argument about, we have to weigh the costs of change, of saving a child's life and other social responsibilities that a government may have, food cards and laptops and education. That's an interesting position. But when it comes to a child's life, speed is necessary, and it is nearly impossible to quantify in that manner. Furthermore, if you increase the cost by creating a tribunal of experts, do you have to pay these experts a stipend? Do you pay them for the number of hours that they work? Where are they going to work? Do they need a secretariat? Is there an office? Do we have to rent another building? These are things that we have to factor in. We want to simply get to the decision to get the child some help. So we hear the issues, but we've considered it, and we believe that this is the most expedient thing. Furthermore, when you're in government, you're not only making decisions about social to social. You see, especially in Trinidad and Tobago, all of us have learned over the 9.5 years. We might be making a decision between $1 million to save a child's life or a useless car park where nobody parks their car for 131 million by 262 million. Or we might be making a decision to save a life, or changing Skinner Park from a football field into a sweat match thing that you cannot even play football for 131 million. These are the decisions that will have to be made, not necessarily a decision about changing or saving a life and taking away food from someone or taking away textbooks, because the Prime Minister that we have now, the member for Siparia, Kamla Persad-Bissessar, believes that the money of the people should be spent on the people and it should be spent on the social needs. She does not believe in the philosophy of the last 9.5 years of the new society as stated by the former Prime Minister. Well, the former Prime Minister, excluding the one who was there for a day. The former Prime Minister that stated in this new society, the population must wean themselves off the state. He said, and I quote, every road, every hospital, every health center must be built by the government. Well, the government cannot take that burden. So you, the people, better wean yourself off the government. That's one philosophy. That philosophy was rejected on April 28th. So there is no issue about that. The new Prime Minister says, taxpayers' dollars, people's money is to be spent on people. So the waste, the corruption, the poor choices, the Atlantic LNG, 233 million after everybody says do not invest. That money will not be spent, which will free up money to save more children's lives, to improve the quality of life of a child, because you have a Prime Minister now who cares. We talk about audits, and you were correct. This government, under Kamla Persad-Bissessar, we share your concern. Why is the Children's Life Fund not audited? Why is the HDC haven't been audited? How did $3 billion spent and only 4,000 houses built in 5.5 years? Why did the Auditor General not get into Central Bank? Where's the $2.65 billion? We agree. And the Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar said this practice that has taken place for 9.5 years will not continue. That audit state, any entity spending taxpayers' money will be audited, will comply with the law, unlike what took place for the last 9.5 years. We also seem to be debating what took place, because here we are frightened that somehow, somewhere, a Minister of Health would come up who's not qualified. The only people who seem to put a Minister of Health who's not a specialist doctor, who has not had years of experience in the hospital, is the PNM. The country dealt with them already. Kamla Persad-Bissessar will never dream about putting someone to head the health sector, which includes some of our brightest minds, our most disciplined, our smartest, those who reached the school early, those who studied the longest, those who went through the most stress, those who took exams. We would not think about putting a man who is paint stage in Queen's Hall to oversee a critical specialist and tell them what to do. So that would not exist. Only the PNM would put a minister of health who could not muster, and then put someone in charge of the Eastern Regional Health Authority who had no understanding of medicine, medication, and could not spell med school. So this would not happen because Kamala Persad-Bissessar and the UNC, we believe in merit, so that people who spend their life protecting and taking care of people will be put in charge. Senator Dr. Desiree Murray spoke about the Hippocratic Oath. That's a serious oath that doctors take. A doctor, if there is a murderer or a rapist and they're injured and they come into the hospital, those doctors have to see about that person. People like me who didn't take that oath, we might make a different decision. But when you have serious people who based on merit deserve a job, then systems work properly. So I take your advice, Senator Lewis. Well, let us make the systems work. And you know what? They will start to work, because when you remove a leadership cancer that wants to control everything and not allow independent institutions to function, not allow auditors to function, not allow a president to be free and fair and from nowhere, not allow a commissioner of police to be selected based on merit, then all of your institutions collapse and your country collapse. But the people have rejected that. So we can now breathe, and we can agree with you that the processes, the institutions, the committees must be allowed to function based on your qualities and your qualification. The UNC under Kamala Persad-Bissessar respects intelligence, respects the ability, respects those who have done their duty to themselves, to their families, and who have excelled. And therefore, when you respect that, those people will find their way and conduct the business of the nation properly. So I can assure you that that will take place. It was very interesting to hear. I must commend the young Senator Bates, was excellent. I enjoyed her contribution, and I was very happy that someone got good service in the hospital and so on, which is very good. So I'm happy for that. But the norm as politicians, we are on the ground and we get complaints from all around. The norm is that for the last 9.5 years, the health sector has collapsed, that people weren't getting service, that people were getting, I've had complaints of a person going for an ECG, needing a test and needing a stent for their heart, and they're getting an appointment a year later, that when they go into the hospital, they have to wait for 12, 14 hours before they're seen. I saw videos of nurses jumping on the backs of orderlies when the hospital is flooding out. People lying down in corridors. So I'm not sure, while I'm happy that some people got good help from the health institutions, the norm, that is not the norm, and we must return our health sector to one that is best in the world, because the former prime minister, the former prime minister said, we have the best healthcare in the Commonwealth, and he shoots off to California to see about himself. I don't understand. If we have the best, if we are the best, then I would utilize the best. I would not run from the best to go to better. So that is the kind of the conundrum that the PNM exists in. So to come here and talk about a minister of health and the health sector being great, and the child who was saved, we like that, but we need to increase that. That must not be an anomaly. That must be the norm. We must not hear about children not getting help because people are delaying. Now, we said let the board work, but I will ask a member of the opposition to stand up and tell me, what are the ratios of applicants to successful candidates receiving funding from 2011 to 2015, as opposed to from 2016 to 2025? I put it to you and I proffer that there was a decrease in the number of successful applicants. Now, why would that happen? Wouldn't it happen because of an instruction from the political directorate? So if that occurred, for the PNM to come here today and say that a minister who is a doctor, a specialist, a gynecologist of 40 years, or any other minister who is qualified and who has taken the Hippocratic oath, that they will somehow try to prevent individuals from getting life-saving surgery in order to save $1. I could not believe what I heard from my colleague, Honorable Senator Dr. Amory Brown, when he spoke about, and let me get it correctly, he spoke about that there should be a distinction, that you had to make somehow possible success always seems lower. That's what the point I just made, that we not justify expenditure of funds, that there was a critical element that they would say or decide whether money could be better spent on something else rather than saving a child's life. That at some point that becomes a decision. And I'm saying that Kamla Persad-Bissessar, the Prime Minister of this country, who brought the Parent Act in 2010 and now amends it, says there is no greater use or utilization of taxpayers' dollars than to save a baby's life. And I give you that example as I show what this is real. This is a real debate. So I'm happy that everybody agrees that the concept that came from the mind and the heart of Kamla Persad-Bissessar is brilliant. I'm so happy to hear this debate today, because I was wondering, over 15 years, I was wondering where are we going in Trinidad and Tobago. But let me just remind you and the population of how serious this is. And when we deny someone an opportunity because we may need to wean the population of the resources so that ministers can recuse themselves or rent their buildings or financial contracts could go to others, then we would not understand why we are here. We are here because, and I just read from an article, April 23rd, 2011, family pleads for public assistance. 4-year-old Garrel Simmons has a fervent wish to go to school. Speaking at the family's Never Dirty Mover home yesterday, Simmons, a truck driver, said the family has applied to the state's Children's Life Fund and is waiting for confirmation. Garrel was diagnosed with a hole in the heart when he was 5 days old. So in April 2011, he was 4 years old. So he was born in 2007, April 23rd. Spencer recalled the family's most frightening moment when Garrel's heart stopped. It was 2 years ago, in 2009. Sadly, the family has been told if Garrel does not receive the required medical attention, he would not make it past childhood. Well, let me read you the good news. I now flash forward 14 years. A letter written on June 3rd, 2025, to the Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar by an events organization who says, Dear Prime Minister, Garrel Simmons, graduation from Mova High School. I write to share a heartwarming story of courage and perseverance that began during your first term as Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago from 2010 to 2015. You may remember a young boy named Garrel Simmons, one of the very first beneficiaries of the Children's Life Fund, a transformative initiative that was established under your compassionate leadership. Words from an ordinary citizen that I heard here that are forever put on Hansard by Senator Dr. Desiree Murray. In 2011, at just 4 years old, Garrel was in urgent need of life-saving heart surgery abroad. His case was featured in the Trinidad Express article, 4-year-old needs life-saving heart surgery, and it captured the hearts of many. Thanks to the support he received from the Children's Life Fund and the unwavering dedication of his mother, Garrel was able to access the medical intervention he so desperately needed and was given a second chance at life. I have kept in close contact with Garrel's family over the years, and they continue to speak of your generosity and vision with deep appreciation. Your decision to establish the Children's Life Fund has left an indelible mark on Garrel's life, but not only Garrel's life, but on the lives of many other children and families throughout Trinidad and Tobago. Today, I am filled with joy and pride to inform you that Garrel will be graduating from Mova High School on July 3rd, 2025. This milestone represents far more than an academic achievement. It is a testament to his resilience, his family's strength, and the impact of a policy born from empathy and leadership. And yes, everybody could thump the desk. It's okay, because that is what politics is about. That is what leadership is about. That is why we are here. So the Honorable Senator Janelle John Bates, when you said this should not be about politics, it should be about morals. Unfortunately, politics needs morality, because as you could see from this case, the young man was born on April 23, 2007. The political directorate at that time, the PNM, had a policy that you get 60,000 maximum, if no matter what the problem, no matter how much you need it, no matter how urgent, 60,000 and that's it. Just enough to buy a good casket for your child. That was the PNM policy before Kamla Prasad Bisesa came. So politics is a real thing, and morality and politics go hand in hand. So for PNM to come here, maybe you didn't know, you are young, you may not know that that was the Minister Jerry Nares of the PNM. The policy was, no matter how much you needed, go and do a curricue, go and do a barbecue, go and raise money, but you are getting no more than $60,000, even though your child may have needed $775,000. That is the politics of morality. That is the politics of love, empathy, and sympathy. And the reason that the PNM is on that side is that enough people now understand. Had someone like you been a minister in that cabinet, you all may not be on that side right now. But there were too many of the other type who didn't care about people, who cared about themselves, who recused themselves 100 times and then come to tell us about process and propriety and how not to go to judicial review when they've been to judicial review and lost more times than anybody else. When we hear that the PNM says they care about children and that they could not believe. Yes, thank you, I forgot that point. The Honorable Senator Amory Brown also said that, you know, you have a Minister of Health who's a doctor now, but that may not always be so, because by 2028, you all will collapse and we might have another government. Let me assure you, Senator Brown, that there will be no collapse. There will be no dream of yours for you to return, because the people have become aware of the heartlessness of the PNM government, the lack of accountability, and the lack of care. The mere fact that the very first bill that we are debating here, that has been debated in the Parliament under Kamla Prasad Bisesa, is one that brings children to the forefront, that brings families who are tortured to the forefront with care, love, and empathy, shows and will ensure that the PNM shall never rise again, just like your 6,000 votes in a whole election. Out of 150,000 members, 6,000 only voted. It shows even your membership has lost faith in you all. So while we are here, we will take sensible amendments, because laws are here to be made, and we will make good law to support the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We will not wean them off their taxpayers' dollars. We will not tell them that Every hospital and every road must be built by the government, and the government can't afford that. While we recuse ourselves 100 times, we will take the money and spend it on the children to save their lives, to spend it on their laptops, to spend it on their textbooks, to spend it on their sport, to spend it to keep them safe. We will use the people's money for that which it is intended, for the people. The PNM says that they care about children. I listen, because anybody could say anything. I might tell you, I really wish I could talk soft. But then I come here and I speak loudly, because I can't talk soft. But if I tell you that I will talk softly, but then I talk loudly every moment, you can't take me at my word. The PNM says they care about children. Yet we are discussing downstairs, upstairs, all around. Why give every child a laptop? Only give poor children, and not this child and that child. The PNM took grants from people with autistic children and gave a means test. And if you were making a certain salary, your child, still autistic, whether you make a good salary or not, the child was refused a grant based on a parent's salary. That makes no sense. Whether you're rich or poor, whether you have a good salary, 2 salaries, if you have a child who needs assistance, that child needs assistance. Why create a methodology to wean the people off their money? Give the people their grants, give the people their food cards. There was a report that came to this PNM government. As they say, they care about children, and this is Children's Life Fund. It was the Judith Jones report. It was received by that PNM cabinet on December 13, 2021. The committee had worked from June 21st, analyzing, investigating the most torturous, painful, harmful abuse at our nation's homes for children. The Judith Jones report, when you read it, if you don't cry, something is wrong with you. And this PNM government left that report from December 13, 2021 till they were voted out April 28, 2025 and did nothing. So spare me the crocodile tears and all of the platitudes and words about caring about children. These children, the report said, were being tortured and raped and burned with cigarettes and battered. And you all stood there and did nothing. So with all due respect, as I sat here quietly listening, my heart pounded with pain that you all could not be so disingenuous to have done nothing. Had Kamala Persad-Bissessar been the Prime Minister on receipt of that report, every child, every school, the police army would have gone in there, lighting, cameras, people would have been removed because she cares about children. So in that vein, we are here today to amend this. And I'm thankful for the independent senators and all of the constructive comments, because I can see that you all, just like me, care about children. And the way you care about children is you think about somebody else's child as your own. So anybody having a mathematical problem about, hey, how much to spend on saving that child life, as opposed to how much concrete we could pour down there, put your child in that place. Whatever is ailing that sick child, take your beautiful child and put them in that child's space, and you will see how quickly your pain will dissipate, how quickly you will say, let us spend the money, let us create a system that approves the money quickly, that children can have a chance to live. Will they all live? We are not God. But we must know that as leaders, we must take decisions to allow them the greatest chance at life. So with this, I ask all of you to support Kamala Persad-Bissessar and the UNC to help save children's lives. Thank you very much.
Senator Heath, SC.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to contribute to this bill entitled An Act to Amend the Children's Life Fund Act. Please let me start by saying congratulations to you on your appointment as President of the Senate. Well-deserved appointment. Congratulations also to all the newly appointed senators on each one of the benches, and welcome back to senators who are returning. Particular congratulations and a well done to the senators making their maiden speech. All were very informative and well reasoned. Let me start by saying, Mr. President, the Parent Act, which is the Children's Life Fund Act of 2010, was a worthy and commendable piece of legislation adding to our legislative landscape. And to the extent that the bill seeks to expand on the person's children that may benefit, makes that even more worthy and commendable. That the Senate session should start off with a bill like this is also commendable, because you're going to get a certain degree of cooperation, a certain degree of esprit de corps, where everyone is going to come together in support of such a bill. Having said that, there are just a few clauses for which I would like to make some comments upon. As with all bills that come before the Senate, I always start from a position that the bills come with good intentions and all the clauses equally come with good intentions. I also come from a place where persons receiving the information, receive it with an open-mindedness, but I'm also reminded of my own fallibility in that though I may not see things as the one side or the other, it doesn't necessarily mean I am right or I am wrong for that matter, it not being an exact science. We may have differing views, but we all come from a place with good intention so that good legislation can be passed. In this particular instance, my own experience tells me that the importance of this legislation can never be undermined. So for instance, on a weekly basis, I am faced with requests for donations for persons, most of whom are children, who have debilitating illnesses, some life-threatening, and the amount of money they need to raise is so exorbitant that one wonders if they will ever get there by a barbecue or curricue. So this act and this amendment, in a real sense, saves lives. And to that extent, we have to support legislation such as this. Now, if I may come straight to and I'm not going to, Mr. President, repeat some of those recommendations and suggestions which I cannot improve upon. To the extent that I have a different take, I will deal with those clauses. And if I may get to them immediately. Clause 5 of the proposed bill reads as follows. 5A, Section 21 of the Act is amended by inserting after subsection 4 the following subsections. 5, notwithstanding subsection 4, the minister on recommendation of the board may approve a grant not exceeding $1,500,000 in exceptional circumstances. I would just pause to consider what in the circumstances will these exceptional circumstances be qualified as? And the reason I ask that is because in the absence of any qualifying circumstances, which may be deemed to be exceptional, whatever the minister does in terms of approving a grant of 1.5 then becomes the precedent going forward as constituting exceptional circumstance. Whether or not persons may agree with it or not, once it's done, then that is the benchmark for exceptional circumstance. And it's just to consider whether or not, just as where exceptional circumstances is also mentioned in 21B, whether or not there ought to be some sort of qualifying criterion. Just by way of example, using clause 6, which proposes to create a new 21B. It says, notwithstanding any other provision of this act, the minister may, in urgent or exceptional circumstances, consider and treat with an application for a grant if the minister is satisfied that A, the board is unable to meet for any reason or otherwise perform its functions in a timely manner. That's a qualifying circumstance for which can give rise to the urgent and exceptional circumstance which will call the minister to act. So for instance, because the board might be appointed at the same time, and by effluxion of time, they might expire at the same time, there may be no board, and therefore the minister may come into action at that point. So I'm just simply saying whether or not in those circumstances, Mr. President, we ought to consider whether the exceptional circumstances at clause 5A of the bill should have a qualifying sort of definition. Because, as I say, it can open to subjective criterion, which would not otherwise be considered as exceptional. And therefore, I propose we look at that. Also, with respect to clause 6 of the bill, the act is amended by inserting after section 21 the following sections. 21A, subsection 1. Where the board rejects an application for a grant under this act, the chief executive officer shall, within 3 days thereof, submit the decision of the board together with its reason and all supporting documents to the minister for his review. Subsection 2. The minister may, after reviewing the decision of the board, affirm, annul, or vary the decision. Now, basically, every person who has contributed has, in some form or fashion, commented upon this particular section. And I will do the same, and I will state why there's some cause for consternation with respect to how it's framed. Now, it would seem, at the very least, everyone who has spoken on it agrees that the minister is not going to take the decision by himself. Even the proposers have said that he's bound to liaise with his technocrats and those who have the core competence in coming to a decision. So it would seem that, notwithstanding what is written here, it is not expected that the minister will unilaterally make a decision, even though that's how it's framed here. My issue with this is there's a criterion that is laid down with respect to making recommendations and ultimately granting an application. By design of how the act has been set up, there are what I refer to as some inbuilt safeguards. So for instance, the life unit does a clinical and financial assessment. Now, it's my view that when one looks at the eligibility requirements of Section 19, if an applicant satisfies each and every one of those criterions, it seems that the board is bound to grant the application because there will be no reason not to. So, for instance, if one looks at Section 19A of the Parent Act, a person is eligible for a grant under this act where he, A, is a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago and is ordinarily resident in Trinidad and Tobago, B, is unmarried and under the age of 18 years at the time of the application, C, has been referred by a medical specialist in the particular field of treatment required, D, requires treatment that is unavailable at the local medical institution, E, has been diagnosed with a life-threatening illness, now life-limiting illness, proposed. F, has medical expenses that exceed 25% of the income of his family. So once that assessment is done, and there's for instance, in the proposed bill, there is a clinical assessment, meaning that he now falls within the proposed Schedule 3. So the particular life-limiting illness is there. He qualifies with respect to the 25% gross income of his medical expenses and all the other. It will be hard-pressed to see how a board would be able to refuse such an applicant. However, if the person does not satisfy the eligibility requirements, as is in the Parent Act, it would seem that the minister nonetheless would be able to still allow the grant. And therefore, in those circumstances, the act is somewhat undermined. Because by design, the criterion is really objective. It's either you're a citizen or you're not. It's either you're a child or you're not. It's either your financials say that your medical expenses are 25%, so you're gross or not. One would be hard to see how it is a board refusing an applicant on the basis of eligibility can be, for want of a better word, overturned unilaterally by the minister. Now, it just so happens I could see where a good conscience would probably allow for some latitude. Let me explain. So, A of the eligibility requirements is a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. The fact is, we have children here who have lived all, if not most of their lives in Trinidad and Tobago and are not citizens. Such a child is disqualified by the strict interpretation of the Act. You would want to believe that someone in those circumstances could intervene. Someone's gross salary, I've seen it has been proposed by many here, may not fall outside of the requirement. But when their net income is looked at, they would have otherwise qualified comfortably. And I pause to say, if you think that you have done good for yourself and you have made quite good savings over the years of hard work and toil, one medical illness in your family can wipe that all away. And that is why such an act is so important, because that is the reality. But ironically, because you've been taking care of that sick child is why your net income might be nil. Because prior to accessing the fund, you would have to be using your own funds. And so therefore you would want to believe there is something that can be done. Now, if it is on paper, your gross salary seems to make you disqualified, but in reality, your net income shows that you are worthy. But that is where our legislative intervention can come in to try to allay those situations or make them not the norm. But in these circumstances, while the minister may be able to intervene, I'm suggesting he may not be able to do so in the four corners of the law as it now obtains. And so in those circumstances where everyone here has agreed that the minister is really not acting on his own, why can't we not put something down as to say to who it is he will be acting with in a formal way? Because the other consideration is a board whose decision has been overturned, who does not know why, because the minister does not have to account to them by way of reasons so that they may be guided in future like cases, is bound to feel some way about that. And so if only to get a better working board in cohesion with the minister, then I suggest respectfully that that be looked at in some way so that you can have a happy place. I don't think the contributors are far apart at all. We're very close. As a matter of fact, everyone is suggesting, yes, the minister and others. So therefore, it's just to put it in the frame of the legislation. Mr. President, I don't need to repeat. Everything else on my sheet here has been said, and I can't improve upon it. Thank you for the time.
Senator Foster Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the opportunity to contribute to this bill. And let me start by, of course, congratulating you on your appointment. On your appointment as President of the Senate after your years of service in this august chamber. I wish as well to thank the Leader of the Opposition, the Honorable Penelope Beckles-Robinson, for the opportunity to serve once again in this House, and as well express congratulations to the mover of this bill on her maiden contribution in the Senate. Mr. President, it is not very often that we have the opportunity to look past partisan lines and to look at policy that will positively affect the citizens of this country without the usual banter in the debate. And so it took great pleasure for me to sit here today and be part of this, and really it goes down in history, because as public officials, whenever we get the opportunity where we can collaborate and agree on policy that will be of benefit to the citizenry, we must grasp it with both hands. It is not just about scoring political points. It is really about making sure that those who are most in need have access to the facilities that policies from various governments will put in place. And so no one can take away from the other side that they put this policy in place in the last incarnation of the UNC government back in 2010. And it is because the government that succeeded that government in 2015 saw that the policy was worthwhile, that it was continued without interruption. I listened to Senator Roberts a while ago, Minister Roberts a while ago. I do not recall, Mr. President, however, if it's what I heard him say, that Dr. Brown made mention that the funds could be put to better use. I don't think I heard that from Dr. Brown's contribution, and I'm not sure if that is what Minister Roberts was attempting to say. But notwithstanding all that has been said today, we are in a position where we can say to Trinidad and Tobago that in principle, there is no disagreement with this policy regarding the Children's Life Fund. I recall, Mr. President, an occasion on which I visited a public hospital where children are being treated. It was at night time. And on entering this facility, I noticed a sign posted up. And the sign said, today the minimum waiting period is 8 hours. I noticed a lot of children, obviously very sick, with parents who obviously were in distress. I myself, being a parent, I felt the pain of those parents sitting there and assumed to myself that many of them may not have been able to afford private medical care, but had to wait for 8 hours before their child could see a doctor. And I said to myself then, I felt so helpless in that moment, but I said to myself then, certainly as a country, we must do much better. If you take that situation, because those children may not have been suffering from life-threatening situations, and what we are treating with here is in large measure persons who may have life-threatening situations. We are now looking to expand that to treat with other considerations. But there is no way that as a citizen, basically as a human being, that one could disagree with a policy like this. We have come today to look at certain amendments, and in making amendments to legislation, Mr. President, we have to consider the practical aspect of implementation of the law. And therefore, when we look at the amendment that gives the minister the authority to review and overturn the decision of the board. Now, before I go into that, let me just say that I do not generally agree that giving ministers executive authority, which is the ministers constitute the executive, that in itself is a bad thing. On occasion in the past, I know that the party that's in government right now has severely criticized authority being given to ministers in legislation to make decisions. But the fact that one is elected to office in that way and given the authority by the citizenry to govern means that some level of confidence has been placed, generally. But specifically, how is this to operate? One speaker before me alluded to the point that within a ministry there are professionals, and therefore if a matter is referred to the minister, that those professionals will jump into play and give a decision or advise the minister on that decision. But it's very vague. It leaves too much room for interpretation. On what basis does the minister, and I think someone spoke to this before, but it's worth repeating, on what basis does the minister, who may not be a medical professional, review these decisions and make the right choice as to whether to uphold or withdraw? And we had a lot of conversations about qualifications of ministers of health, whether they should be medical doctors or not. And one speaker before me did indicate that the current government will not appoint someone who is not a medical doctor to head the Ministry of Health. Mr. President, the original bill that was moved in October of 2010 was moved by the then Minister of Health in the UNC government, one Therese Baptiste Cornelis. And I have checked on the resume of that particular minister. She's neither a medical doctor, not even a pharmacist. And we all know the history of that appointment. We know the history of that appointment and how it ended. It's a very colorful story, Mr. President. And therefore, to say that one who is not a medical doctor will not be appointed as Minister of Health, you know, it's something that we need to review that comment. But it does not matter whether the minister is a medical doctor or not. What matters is that at this point in time, the current legislation is now seeking to give to the minister, medical doctor, pharmacist, businessman, whoever occupies the office appointed by the Prime Minister, the right to review and change the decision of the board appointed of the Children's Life Fund. And we know that that leaves too much of an open window without any guidelines as to how that will function and operate. And it goes further. If I am uncomfortable with that, but I'm even more uncomfortable I was making, notwithstanding the fact that we have made the point in respect of the minister's authority, in respect of both the appeals and the new system of going directly to the minister, the government may proceed. But as a responsible opposition, we will take note, we will observe, we will monitor, and we will hold this government to account in the event that any excesses evolve from the legislation being passed here today. I thank you, Mr. President.
Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services.
I thank you, Mr. President. I too will not take up the full extent of my time for closing remarks, as I think everything has been said and I am trained to be succinct. I would like to thank all members on my side of the floor and the next for their support for the amendments to this bill, as we recognize to start our 13th Parliament with a bill that addresses our children can require support unreservedly. To address a couple of the concerns raised by more than one on the other side, the biggest one being the concern about clauses giving absolute power to our Minister of Health. We have said over and over, as Senator Heath eloquently said, it is not a clause inserted that gives absolute power to the Minister of Health. It is a clause whereby he will seek counsel with relevant consultants and specialists and then come back. It is a clause that can be questioned, that can be appealed. There is precedent, however, for it to give the minister this kind of power. The Town and Country Planning Act, appeals from refusals of planning can ultimately be decided by the minister. The Immigration Act, appeals from detention or expulsion orders are also made to the minister. So there is precedence for this. This government thinks of this as a matter of policy and thinks that this is the right approach. Our minister can be the person that public citizens, that patients and their relatives can come to for appeal. As far as the idea of subcommittees or other being in place instead of giving the minister final say, it seems redundant to have a patient and their relatives seek appeal from the same body that denied them. The next issue that was raised and discussed by a couple of persons was our decision to change life-threatening illness to life-limiting illness, just on the terminology and the words chosen from it. Senator Murray was the first to suggest that we change it to condition instead, and that we not have need for Schedule 3. Yeah. So the terminology was looked at between life-threatening illness versus condition or even disease, and in medical terminology, which would have to come into play at the court of law if it was to reach there. Condition wasn't chosen because it gives weight to an even broader context than life-limiting illness would, so that the number of cases that could potentially be brought forward and applications that could be made for this grant would be, as Senator Brown said, deluge the body, and that is why we chose to stay with life-limiting illness. We did, however, include Schedule 3 instead of leaving it open to interpretation because of the same issue of 17 pages of diagnoses that are present. And we propose the schedule with the tenet that it is amendable as time continues, and it can be evolved, can be added to, can be taken from as medical advances continue, as the epidemiology of our society may change. The next issues that were brought forward that I would like to address, well, not so much the issue. I would like then to especially commend Senator John Bates on her very personal contribution. I would like, however, to make a personal correction that in her experience in the public health sector, she said was good. It was good possibly because the healthcare workers, myself would have been one in the same time frame included, would have done their utmost to make her feel so, to be kind, to do everything with the resources available to them, to make sure that every patient has a good experience. But the healthcare system is not good, hasn't been good for the last 10 years. Healthcare workers are making do with the best resources they have. Our bill seeks to enhance that, to ensure that our healthcare workers, by liaising, observing, and learning from incoming professionals, can then add to the service when those professionals leave. Ideally, all of this would be free healthcare in a utopian society, and that is where we may lead eventually, so that any medical service needed can be given in-house for free. Our amendments to this bill seek to get as close to that as we can in this setting, and the bill's own amendments leave space for improvement on that as time goes by. To Senator Brown, who made specific example of beta thalassemia major as one of the new additions in Schedule 3, laying way to suggesting that instead of having Schedule 3 existing or expanding on it from 17 to 26 diagnoses, that we should possibly look towards more preventative care. I would propose that many of the life-limiting illnesses on Schedule 3 may not be preventable at all, as beta thalassemia major, where he suggested that we can have prenatal testing. Where Senator Brown was unaware that I was a doctor, I would like to also inform that, like my Minister of Health, I am also a gynecologist. So the concept of prenatal testing as a preventative measure to negate the need for beta thalassemia being on the schedule. Prenatal screening is the testing of an already pregnant mother to see if the unborn fetus carries any diseases. Prenatal testing for beta thalassemia major is a rabbit hole to go down, whereby you need to ask in our society and our legislation, what is that mother to do with that diagnosis when the child will be born regardless? I think what Senator Brown may have been alluding to instead, correct if I'm wrong, apologies, is carrier screening, where any adult, any person can be tested for example he gave is beta thalassemia major and possibly for other diseases on Schedule 3. Carrier screening would involve a very wide scope, an extensive use of resources, and extensive amounts of energy to test large proponents of our population for these few diseases listed on the schedule. While preventative measures that Dr. Brown may be suggesting would cost upwards of millions and millions, I would like to inform that these 26 diseases on this schedule were not laid arbitrarily. Expert opinion and information has been given on every one of them. So as far as beta thalassemia major goes, currently as of the 10th of June this year, there are 8 children suffering from this disease in this nation. It is more cost effective to treat the 8 than screen a nation. My contribution as far as Senator Al-Rawi's contribution will be short. I thank him for his expansive, detailed list of suggestions, clause by clause given towards our amendment of this bill. It is a shame these weren't given in the last 10 years.
Shame.
To Senator Cummings, who was concerned that, again, the minister's powers would be a parallel avenue towards the application of the grant. That's a projection of moral standards whereby one's thought process goes straight to ways to abuse the system. This is not the thought process of this government. So with the many additions, and I have received and will review, we will, as a government, review the suggested amendments from all of the senators. I would like to close by thanking everyone for the support of a bill that helps our children plainly and with clairvoyance. I would like to then beg to move.
Honorable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Children's Life Fund Act, Chapter 2901, be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Children's Life Fund Act, Chapter 2901.
Honorable Senators, I would like to propose that we take a break for 45 minutes and we can return. If not at 45 minutes, we can come back here at 5:45. 5:45 p.m. This sitting is now suspended until 5:45 p.m.